for your awareness. So the question was, do we have to feel neutral about the candy? I don't know, it depends on your preferences. You can feel neutral, you can be utterly positive from my perspective. From our perspective, like negativity might be needed because it's sugar. So I think there are multiple points of view regarding candy.
No.
There is not much to manage.
I used to be on community tech, so you know.
Yeah, I know.
My understanding is there's quite a few people on the queue outside, not inside, outside.
It's a final day.
Final day, 9:30 session. People want to see Paris before they leave. It's a problem when you do an attractive city. Yeah, because there's people online and maybe you'll have chance.
And then we will see.
Yeah, but yesterday I had a full packed one.
Yes, so it's well balanced, well balanced. Okay, good morning. I think we can start. We can start with recording a presentation online. So this is actually a learn and share session, so I hope there would be a bit more people. We will see if they come. Maybe we need to follow up online afterwards. But this is really around the concept of neutrality, neutral point of view on our projects and how to support that on our projects. So that's the focus for this conversation. I will do a short presentation up front regarding the key things we have been working on and what we have been hearing, because we have been consulting the communities for some time already. And then the idea was to have breakouts. Let's see, like maybe we can have one group discussion across all topics, depending on the number of people. That was the initial plan for the flow of the session, presentation up front, discussions, and then report back next steps. Probably we'll shift the times a bit because we started a bit later, but that's basically what has been planned, and we adapt as we go. So most recently, from mid-June to mid-July, we ran a consultation on the baseline neutral point of view standard, a text meant for the projects, language projects, Wikipedias, that do not currently have a neutral point of view policy. So last year, around the same time, we presented the results from a research that showed that there is actually a rather big gap, especially in smaller languages, not having a reference point regarding the neutral point of view. And then there was, this was all part of a neutral point of view working group, and then there was an attempt to provide a baseline NPV standard text for the communities. The idea behind that is English Wikipedia text is quite long, quite many pieces already there. It's developed over the 25 years of a project. It's not maybe always the best to start with that for the smaller projects. It's just a lot of translation work and a lot of nuance. So just to have a really basic reference point that includes the key points of neutral point of view. And during the discussion, there were comments received mostly on meta, where we wanted to have a central conversation. We did outreach to French, Spanish, and Russian Wikipedia, as these are the languages that are used regionally, so just to reach kind of more projects. And then we also did outreach to village pumps of 90 Wikipedias that do not have a neutral point of view. That was done in English, but we had like some responses also from there. Beyond that, we tried to engage our communities. So one of the areas where we saw gaps was, for example, Sub-Saharan Africa. So we had a conversation hour with African admins discussing the topic and how to approach that. And also we organized a Discord call for users with extended rights. There was not high interest there. Like we had, like I think 2 people popping by discussing a bit, but there was no lively discussion regarding that. But mainly looking at the comments on Meta, this approach is rather non-controversial, and there is a rather good understanding regarding why we are doing this. Regarding the feedback, yes, there is overall positive feedback. What we learned is that while we were trying to distill down the text of global baselines standard, maybe we kind of got too lean. So a really compelling point was made that probably there should be more about due weight included. Like that was really reoccurring point. There were also points made regarding the false balance, some policies that are attached, or policy aspects that are attached to that. It seemed that the introduction of a due weight seems to cover most of that. And then regarding the enforcement plan, the overall enforcement idea, I will get back to that. But regarding this, the main concern was around that it might be difficult to track, like how people are actually implementing the neutral point of view. So there were questions raised regarding how to approach this. And finally, as we have discussed the neutral point of view, in most of the conversations, the reliable sources have come up as kind of a basis for neutrality or neutral point of view. And then people were calling for undergoing a reliable source assessment or a suggestion to introduce another standard on reliability of sources. For us, there is a question regarding how much of that should actually happen globally and how much of that should actually be a conversation between the communities, learning the best practices, etc., because source reliability is often rather contextual. Like people in their country, in their cultural space, know what sources are reliable, which are not. But there might be some global aspects. So this is something that I would like to hear more about. This is the updated global NPOV standard. So the things highlighted in blue are the things we changed based on the consultation. So the idea is to really keep it lean and simple. So it's easy to adopt and translate for the groups that do not have one. And then you see that in the final sentence of the first paragraph, you see that there is the more attention to widely reported positions and less attention to positions that are not widely reported. This is the addition of a due weight into the baseline. And then there was a point made regarding this down below section actually being more of an implementation guidance. So that's why we have separated that out. So what you have above the blue line is kind of a text of a suggested baseline NPOV standard, and what is above the line is the baseline text, and the below the line is kind of call for action for communities working on neutral point of view in their project. And the final thing, there was a longer debate regarding the different meanings of neutrality, and how neutral point of view is kind of really specific thing. So previously we used to have the core principle of neutrality. Now it reads core principle of neutral point of view. It also aligns with the second pillar that is actually a pillar of neutral point of view, not neutrality. So these are the changes that we seem that are valuable based on the discussion we had on Meta. And there are some action items. So people said like, okay, you want to reach a project, small language projects that do not have the NPOV policy. Let's test for translation. Like still there seems to be a bit of jargon in there. That is partly because we try to really make it lean and simple. So it's easy to use jargon words because we are using them on Wikipedias. Like if you say neutral point of view, we already know what it means. If you say reliable sources, we kind of know there is a whole policy regarding that. People are pointing out it might not be translatable, so we are testing the translatability. And then, especially from Africa, there was an idea to pilot workshops. So how do we actually get it out? How do we reach the people? So we will be organizing workshops in Nigeria and Ghana. If you look at, like, there are many language communities there, and we are testing it out, like inviting some of the admins in, raising awareness about the neutral point of view and its value, and then looking at the baseline standard, see how it translates to our language, and then maybe getting to the action of them actually getting the policy into the projects and having a community discussion regarding this in the projects. And there is an idea that maybe we need to add definitions to some of these key terms. And finally, we need to monitor what will be the ongoing conversation around reliable sources, because that seems to be a topic. We don't know exactly what to do about it, how to kind of manage it globally, how much kind of peer connections, all of that. So we are monitoring and looking where are the opportunities for us to support that discussion to move forward. Regarding the enforcement pathway, there will be no central resolution regarding this. Rather, the way forward will now be to post the text that this is the suggested baseline NPOV standard, and then to really work with users with extended rights or administrators on the projects that do not have one, to bring that to their awareness that this is an opportunity, and also socialize the idea that it's really good to have this reference point for editing. Like if you're reverting an edit, or if you're changing something in the article based on that, have a clear reference point. Like, yes, you might have a like short summary that it's, I don't know, reverted for lack of a neutral point of view, but then if you have a policy to refer to, it actually increases your understanding. And the hope also is that as a result, the overall contributor awareness in these projects increases around the neutral point of view. And then hopefully it will also be easier for them to contribute to the larger projects, where often the edits get deleted because we already have an understanding of neutral point of view, sources, all of that. So that's what we are hoping for. But basically, we are following a pathway that has existed for the policy adoption, that somebody finds a policy, brings it to where Wikipedia has community discussion. We're just trying to see, maybe we can allocate our time to support them and to raise awareness around this. So I would love to move on to the conversation, but maybe any questions of clarity or understanding before? Yes, I will use the same mic.
For the wikis that do not currently have a policy, what did you learn about why they don't? Is it from resistance or not knowing how to propose a policy?
Yeah, thank you. So we also have had qualitative discussions, and yes, we have been checking in with some of the projects that do not have one. First of all, there seems to be a bit of an awareness gap, that not all the people are aware of the neutral point of view policy, which is a bit problematic, but we are working on this. Mostly, it seems to be a bit of a capacity issue. So people don't even know where to start in writing up a policy, and then they look at the English Wikipedia policy or French Wikipedia, depending the language that is kind of a first major language for them. And then they say, oh, it's so long and it would take so much effort to actually bring that to our project. So it's no, like we don't have time. Like we have to manage the actual content of the project. We don't have so much time to allocate to the policy work. So this is kind of the main problem we are trying to tackle with a baseline NPOV standard. And then, yeah, the further points are kind of more minor. If I think about it, I think, yes, awareness and the capacity are key reasons why people don't have one. Are there any further questions? Oh, yes.
In your outreach, did you get resistance of any kind?
Yeah, I was thinking about that point, yes. No, because it was already in the previous question, so that's what I missed. So there was not really much resistance. So overall, this has deemed non-controversial. There is a point, so this is also Board of Trustees member of Wikimedia Foundation, and that point was regarding the Board of Trustees and Wikimedia Foundation. So there was a question raised regarding, are you now getting engaged in the content area, which people deemed a bit controversial, but this is not really coming from people who do not have a policy. This is coming more from a large Wikipedia one. So from the people who do not have one, we haven't really seen resistance trouble. No, we don't have time and energy to work on this, rather that. so no resistance regarding the content. And regarding the point regarding the Board of Trustees, we have tried to clarify like the reason behind why we are doing this, and also how in the enforcement we are rather here to support and raise awareness, not to come to a project and start implementing that. And that has actually mitigated the concern a lot. So that's maybe the most controversial point we have had regarding this, or resisting point. Yes, Pasak?
I think you mentioned adding due weight as a criteria in the policy. Do you think it is understood, or is there resistance to it, like understanding it as like a censorship? Is there such reaction?
Yeah, so regarding due weight, we do not know that clearly. So Risker is here, who has worked on the text, and essentially what Risker has done here is trying to like really bring the definition into the policy text in a simple form, not just saying consider due weight, but really writing it out, giving more attention to widely reported positions and less attention to positions that are not widely reported. So hopefully this is translatable and understandable, getting the gist of due weight into the policy. So that is the hope. There was some feedback regarding the reliable sources, that might not be that easily translatable or understandable. What we also see, that at the same time there is a high level of interest, so maybe we can use also the baseline standard to kind of raise awareness and engagement around the reliable sources, like actually having it in the text might get people to define that more clearly on their projects and provide a reference point for that. So that's why, even though there has been feedback regarding maybe that is also not clear, it's referring to particular policy that is there for like 80 Wikipedias. We are still keeping that because that actually might lead to further action, especially if it becomes, for example, a red link in their Wikipedia. So yeah, that's the hope. Yes?
Yeah, from the view from the history of 20th century, the NPOV is totally useless. And I see we have already the edit wars in considering the history of Estonia and other Baltic states. When you are talking that widely reported positions, you should be give more attention. So there is the core, how can I say, the core reason why the edit wars happened. Because, for example, pro-Soviet sources, they are more widely reported than the pro-Estonian, pro-Latvian, and pro-Lithuanian positions. So it's already written in the conflict there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you for raising. I would say neutral point of view is not pointless. I think the principle of neutral point of view has been one of the core pillars that has made Wikipedia a success, that we are striving for conversation across the perspectives. That's my perspective, happy to debate, that's my point of view. But from that, I see like there is a value for that, and that's why we are trying to bring that also to the smaller language projects, but it's a reference point. People understand what we are striving for, what is kind of a core principle. Regarding the sources, it gets more complicated. So especially if we talk with people of smaller Wikipedias, like Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, then it becomes evident that it's difficult to contribute like reliable sources from their context in the larger Wikipedias. Often there is prevalence of using the sources in the same language, which kind of smaller languages are not. So even if you have good sources, it's like, yeah, but it's some random thing from Estonia. Like, is it really reliable? So these things come up, and that causes actually frustration for people, and that's why many prolific editors in smaller language versions, they sometimes intentionally differ from editing on large language projects and bringing their knowledge to these projects. So that is something that we need to discuss regarding the reliable sources. And there is another issue around what has been surfaced in the qualitative conversations we've had is around colonialism. So sometimes also these larger language versions, they are reliant on like bigger encyclopedias, bigger publications, but there might be colonial narratives in them because it's kind of established knowledge over the centuries. And then it's really difficult to combat that with sources from different small language that is not the language of a project, and it creates controversy and difficulties. So that one is well acknowledged, and this is why we want to discuss the topic of reliable sources and how we approach reliability. From my perspective, this is not the issue of neutral point of view. It's the issue of how do we define the reliable sources and verifiability on our projects, and how do we kind of keep it open for like global debate and discussion, but at the same time kind of maintain the working practices that we already have in the project. So that is an area we can improve on. Yes, there is a question in the back.
So for small languages, especially those in incubator, could they also start like an LPO draft where they can also start how they would want to define some of these processes?
Yeah, so we would like to have outreach to these projects that are still in the incubator. Of course, the incubator space is a bit different. Like you don't have the namespaces in a similar way as you have in an established project. So that creates a bit of a problem. However, it is possible to find the space for that. And then once the project gets actual status, move it to the right namespace. But I think raising awareness about this would be helpful, especially if the small language contributors, they want to contribute to our projects, but also in incubator phase, it's really about kind of growth and creating kind of a base of articles to get over the threshold of getting to the main project. And there, it is good to already have good practices. So if people come to kind of review the project, how the project is doing, what is the content that has been created, there is a proof of understanding of Wikimedia values and core principles of editing. So there is a benefit, but there is a technical problem regarding like where exactly and how to have it. But having awareness and using it in practice, it shouldn't be a barrier for that. Really great question, thank you. Okay, I think I would love to continue to kind of more structured conversation, but I don't think it makes sense with that amount of people to do actual breakouts. So we do have here Risker, who was actually in the working group, working on the baseline NPOV standard, and we are basically closing the consultation on the current draft with Wikimania. We already had an online consultation. We reported back on Meta that we'll also have like one-on-one discussions and this session at Wikimania. So we will be reporting back after Wikimania. So if there is anything you would still like to add, now we can integrate the feedback and include it in the report. Key questions: is this text clear? Does it include the key aspects of neutral point of view? Is there anything essential missing? So these are kind of the guiding questions we have had for the conversation. Risker is here. You can also add maybe more detail regarding the baseline draft if there is an interest. Then there is an enforcement question. What policy enforcement approaches work on your wiki? And it's even like going beyond just having the policy in the Wikipedia namespace. It goes beyond to how do you actually implement the neutral point of view? Like, what are your best practices? Like, are you referring back to the policy? Are you, what is a clarification you provide on the talk page of the article? What is a clarification you provide maybe on the talk page of a user to inform them regarding neutral point of view? So it's kind of enforcement rather widely. And then which of things you think are adaptable and adoptable on our wikis? This is especially to inform our workshop content. So we are planning to do the workshops. So we want to learn from your best practices. That's why the session was also called Learn and Share. We want to learn from you. How are you doing this? And what is adaptable and adoptable to others? What is working well for you? And finally, the most open bucket, but the place also based on the questions we've heard, where we need to put a bit of thinking on how we can improve practices around reliable sources. How would you describe the approach regarding source reliability in your projects? What are the areas of improvement you see? And mostly, do you see opportunities for cross-wiki learning on source reliability? So these are kind of the things we have schematized for the conversation. And as we are so few in the session, like if you have responses, ideas regarding any of those, please do share. We have a space for that. Yes?
On the question about anything missing, is there a time aspect that's missing? So it may be that if the issue, the story or the article is about an unfolding event, is there a responsibility to adapt as more information becomes known? So that something might be a neutral point of view based on these sources at this moment in time, but evolves to different sources, different points of view.
Yeah, yeah, that's a really great point. So regarding the overall NPOPP policies that we do have in the projects, the time aspect is not so clearly there. However, on more elaborated policies, we usually have a section regarding contentious topics and then maybe guidance regarding some of these contentious topics outlined. So that has been the approach, like not having the time aspect, but rather how do you manage from a perspective of neutral point of view the contentious topics where there is a debate on the talk page. So that guidance exists. Like English Wikipedia template is most used. French template also has that. What is also widely used is Russian templates. So they actually have like 5 areas where they like give examples, like this is a neutral point of view, this is not a neutral point of view. So it's more around the contentious topics that this is tackled. Risker, you are really from the editing experience. So maybe you want to comment on that one.
These are challenging issues, no matter how you look at it. We did a lot of work on really trying to simplify language as much as possible. Templates are sort of, we haven't gone that far in our research or our attempts, so.
Yeah, just to be sure, like maybe you have a perspective to add, but yeah, basically regarding the standard, baseline standard, it felt that contentious topics is already going into a bit too much detail, but at the same time, definitely all the projects would benefit guidance on the contentious topics and especially time-bound issues. So that might be another work area for us as a movement beyond the current work and beyond the baseline, which is really kind of a basic guidance. Any further thoughts? I'm really curious whether there is more to add regarding the reliable sources. Oh, okay, there is a question there. Yes.
So with especially the reliable sources, is it going to be, so for example, the English Wikipedia, would the reliable sources be region by region differentiation? Because one of the challenges, like we from the Sub-Saharan Africa face all the time, is when we create articles and we put out reliable sources, there's always the question of, oh, this is not a reliable source. Meanwhile, it's a recognized media organization in our space. So we tried as much as possible to also create a list of reliable sources from our region. But a lot of the time, it becomes a challenge because when you are having the whole talk discussion, there's no time to properly assimilate some of what we are saying. So it becomes a challenge. So I would love for it to be a region by region breakdown so that everybody understands it. Because when you make it broad-based, especially those in the much more advanced countries always bully those of us within the Sub-Saharan region.
Yeah, thank you so much, Assis. So a couple of things here. First of all, that's really kind of in the editorial power of a project community, like how they are defining the policies and how they are listing them. So that's not really an area where Wikimedia Foundation would intervene, but at the same time, we can support with raising awareness about the issues that you are surfacing in different spaces and help to give weight to them or kind of context for understanding. When it comes to the reliable sources policy itself, that rather defines kind of what is considered reliable in broader terms. So that's kind of a policy overall. when it comes to some of the Wikipedias, we do have the list that is called perennial sources on the English Wikipedia. So basically a list of sources that are considered reliable. Currently, that has been broken down alphabetically, not regionally. So it's kind of alphabetical overview of the sources. But of course, they do include the prominent regional sources. Like, for example, there is an assessment on Al Jazeera, so that's included there. But it's not systemically looking at the regions. At the same time, the point you have made, like as we have had qualitative discussions with smaller project Wikipedians, they say that this is a frustration. Like I bring a high quality source from my project, debating a fact that is already in the article, and it's just removed because the source is in wrong language, not accessible by the big language community, and also not in the list. So they basically don't know, and just to be sure, they delete it. So that's what often happens. Like that's the experience story narrative we hear. And there probably is something that could be done regarding this. Theoretically, it would be possible to have like sub-pages for, I don't know, perennial sources or that, like where people from the language, from the region, can provide like information like this is why we are recommending these sources, like really provide the rationale and proof of their reliability. There probably will be implementation issues regarding that because it's again done maybe then by a small group of people from a certain country, and then there might be question like, okay, are you aiming for a capture here? Like, are you trying to capture a topic and present a point of view from that particular angle? Like, how do we know that these are actually reliable? We don't read the language and all of that. It is improving with the machine translation more widely available, so people can better assess what is happening in the particular language without having the deep knowledge of the language. But I do see that this is problematic, and this is something that we need to continue surfacing because our vision is a sum of all human knowledge and everyone being able to contribute. And currently we see that the issue around reliable sources does get a bit in a way of the editing experience and bringing the knowledge to larger projects where it's more widely visible. So thank you for surfacing this.
It's not a question, but maybe I can give some examples about how would you describe the approach regarding source reliability in your project, about things that I see as a problem. For example, I see that young generations do trust only online sources and sometimes do not recognize it if you add books and or any other published resources that are not available online. They see, I don't find it when I book Google, so how can I see that it's reliable, they say, but it's actually the main source of this topic. So I wonder if there's another practice is that, let's say you are writing about a person, an organization, and if you have a documentary about this, there's a book about this, but also it involves an interview with the person or organization concerned. It says, oh, there is an interview, so this is a primary source. It's considered, so it's all automatically not considers proving notability. And this, maybe there will be general guidelines about reliable sources as well. I don't know, or if anyone has other issues, things that they should see as concerns about defining reliable sources. These understandings also describe limits the reliable sources a lot, and anything does not appear on mainstream media or on Google is not considered reliable sources.
Yeah, so to that one, the core issue that we see is that it's all kind of bundled together, like the whole kind of policy framework. It's not just neutral point of view alone, it's neutral point of view connected with reliable sources. It's not reliable sources alone, it's connected to a principle and policy of verifiability. And then the issues you're describing are actually related to that policy. How do we verify that the source is reliable if we do not have access to that book in where we are located? So basically there should be someone else from that region helping to verify that, because they probably do have access to that source. But at the same time, then the same question, you're from the same country, you're trying to kind of skew a point of view. So that's kind of where we have trapped, like there are very good intentions behind these policies, and they have helped us to get where we are, that Wikipedia is actually a rather trusted source on the landscape of knowledge and information. But at the same time, having these rules, now that we have so many articles already created, and the gaps are in the areas usually regionally not that well presented, or in the global states not that well presented, we really run into these problems, and we have to discuss how do we mitigate that? How do we create space for the knowledge and the information still flow into our projects? And then how do we still ensure the high quality that has become kind of our trademark, like people trust us? How do we keep that while opening the door for the further knowledge to move towards our vision? Risker, maybe you have comments regarding this.
Yes, I do actually. For a long time, we were able to operate under the principle of assuming good faith, that editors were adding information in good faith, and that was usually enough to cover things like book sources and things like that, especially books that hypothetically were available in libraries or other sources. Magazines, quite often easily located. But we are now in a slightly different era where we have artificial intelligence hallucinating reference sources. And so I sense very much that a lot of communities have had to reconsider that assumption of good faith. And that's almost beyond it's far beyond the scope of what we're working on here, but certainly it does have a big impact on reliable sources, because quite honestly, we've seen so many hallucinated reference sources, imagined reference sources, with names of books that have never been published and magazine articles that have never been written, that we can no longer take for granted that an editor is acting in the best of faith. And they may actually think that they are acting in good faith because they asked AI the question, and this was the answer they were given. And that becomes a problem too, because now we have an education issue of teaching editors that AI makes stuff up for you, all depending on how you ask the question. So definitely it affects our neutral point of view as well when you get down to it, because as AI is creating its own versions of information, and that AI summary at the top of our the search engines is collecting data from all kinds of good and bad sources. We have entire generations of people who are relying on that information. Sure, we're one of those sources, but so is Reddit. So.
I see there is a follow-up, but I also quickly wanted to address the online checking, and basically, because of these reasons that Risker highlighted, there are also reasons like previously, some of the bigger sources or search engines were also operating based on the dumps, and sometimes then false information might have ended in a search for some time before being corrected by the next dump, things like that. People have become rather cautious. Like they want, even though now we have functional enterprise AI, the practice is actually, especially on bigger search engines, they have changed. But still people are, okay, there is something added. I do a quick check. I don't see the source anywhere. Like I just cannot find that. And it's like, okay, it's safer to remove rather than keep it there. And have, like, I don't know, having a notification or template there that, okay, business checking or something like this, it's safer to remove. Similar battle we have had in Commons for years, where people, if they cannot verify, if the picture is on a public domain or published under CC license or any open license, they're like safer to remove, just remove. So we prevent any like potential fallout from the situation. So I think that's also a bit of approach. And like I Google, I use the AI, it doesn't tell me anything, safer to remove. So unfortunately, like that's the mentality. Maybe it's not a fair one, but we do see that a lot. Do you have a follow-up? I saw that you wanted to react to Risker, and then there is a question there. And there.
Exactly. I just wanted to mention that we should not try an AI. If I have a book at home and I read it and would like to summarize information to it on Wikipedia, it is since we are not trusting books anymore, and that's made-up stories that Google brings in front of us are considered reliable. That's my concern. In my community, I see. But the books I read in my library, I cannot bring that knowledge to the projects.
And it also depends on kind of the libraries and databases and all of that. Like, has that information been added properly to the overall kind of web of knowledge? Is it accessible? Is it queryable? So that's also where it kind of breaks out. Like, that's a potential for us to work with libraries, with institutions, to ensure that that's also more digital. But of course, in the countries where that has not been a tradition, like that's a higher problem. Like if they have relied paper longer for maybe some other countries that have gone virtual faster. Yeah, there is a question here.
Gracias. Yo edito en Uruguay, soy de la comunidad Wikimedistas de Uruguay, y la preocupación, la dificultad es que edito sobre mujeres activistas, sobre el medio ambiente, mujeres sindicalistas, temas que no se ven reflejados en la prensa hegemónica. O sea, en los grandes medios de prensa le hacen reportajes a los jugadores de fútbol, a otras cosas, y hay mujeres que son muy relevantes, con muchos años de trayectoria y de trabajo, y es difícil encontrar fuentes en donde estén reflejadas sus trayectorias. Entonces hay algunas otras alternativas, medios comunitarios de comunicación que a veces no son tan conocidos y a veces es difícil porque se pone en duda su confiabilidad. Y eso hace que sea muy difícil salir del círculo, porque hay determinadas temáticas y personas que estamos subrepresentadas y después es muy difícil encontrar fuentes para poder escribir sobre estas temáticas. Y una de las cosas que me preocupa es que aparentemente tengo idea que podrían haber cambios en las políticas en Wikidata, que es un proyecto un poco más flexible, como para poder representar por lo menos con un ítem. Y si perdiéramos esa flexibilidad, habrían personas y cosas locales que ya no podríamos representarlas porque ya no habría forma, porque sería tan estricto que no entraría ni en Wikipedia, ni en Wikidata. Y es una gran preocupación porque es un problema que encuentro al editar, porque bueno, me gusta editar sobre temas que noto que están subrepresentados, que en la realidad existen, que tienen relevancia enciclopédica, pero que a los grandes medios de comunicación no les interesa mucho. Por ejemplo, en Uruguay ahora que quieren ponernos megaproyectos de hidrógenos verdes, bueno, hay otros puntos de vista y no solo el punto de vista de Alemania o el punto de vista del gobierno que quiere hacer un negocio y no está tomando en cuenta otras situaciones que nosotros desde el territorio vemos que podrían suceder con el agua, con la sociedad en general. Y bueno, y esos puntos de vista a veces es difícil que se encuentren en los medios grandes.
Gracias. Yo no hablo español, pero comprendo un poco. So I will make a summary. You will have a full translation actually at the recording afterwards. Like we actually have a headsets, but you can check what has been said. I tried to make a brief summary. What I understood is that she comes from Uruguay, so Spanish speaking, like a big language project, and especially focused on bridging the gender gap on Wikipedia. And especially on the topic areas that maybe are not that covered and maybe not that popular, and it's really difficult because of these reliable sources to cover these topic areas, because it's easy to create an article, for example, I don't know, female football player, but if there is like cultural significance for a person, there might not be that many sources available that are considered relevant on a project, or a person might not be considered notable, and that really kind of creates problems. Editing on these topics, bringing that knowledge in, and then it creates kind of a bit of a vicious circle. Like it's hard to find the sources. It's hard to get it on Wikipedia. It isn't on Wikipedia. It's not on Wikidata. So you have kind of less verifiability and notability for a person. So it's kind of a vicious circle that is created due to reliable sources and verifiability policy. Did I get it roughly right? Oh, gracias. Okay.
Very roughly the same thing, but now total is such kind of subject which is a very neutral one, a concrete building material. And in Estonia there is such kind of contest, and the prize as concrete building of the year, annual contest, annual prize. Very important in Estonia and quite unique in the world, because there are unified the architectural and the structural engineering point of view. And we try to convert it to English, and it is now the article is deleted because they said need more sources. But we don't have the sources. Mainly the main source is the press release of the Concrete Society, and then there are some news, some in Estonian mass media, but no more. And I cannot give the more sources because there are no sources. And they said that it's too much sources, we should delete. At the current moment it is deleted. We try to revive it, but I don't know how it's continue.
Yeah, thank you for that. That reminded actually a point from Uruguay previously. There was actually a proposal also, which I didn't relate, which is around, if you are looking at these policies, we have to build in more flexibility into them, so we can actually integrate the sources or find the sources and get this going, so to get out of a cycle. So there was this like positive proposal for that, which is similar to that also Pazak's point regarding the like interviews that are not considered, like they're considered primary sources. This debate has also been ongoing for a long time. I also supported the movement strategy discussions, and there was a question regarding, okay, this is encyclopedia, like we have certain criteria for encyclopedia, and then maybe all of that living material should not be there. Like maybe we just need a bit more time, then we have further sources, not the primary sources, and then we can integrate. Maybe there are other ways how to include that, but at the same time, Wikipedia is our flagship, so people want to see their information there. So that's kind of a dynamic that we have been discussing for a long time. So I would be keen and interested on, okay, what are our proposals? Like, how do we get to this flexibility so we can actually include them? Well, quickly here, when we, I think, yeah.
To answer you and to the last row there, do you see the opportunities? I think that should be some little bit different standards for the sources from English Wikipedia and Estonian Wikipedia, because we are just a different, how can I say, dimensions.
And you mean, Matt, for like English Wikipedia, that it should have different standards?
If I want to, for example, translate something Estonian into English Wikipedia, so the demand of the sources should be a little bit different than the English proper article one.
Okay, thank you. We have an online question, I think. Or, yeah, Risker will, yes.
We have an online comment from Right Cow Left Coast. Thank you very much. This editor points out that Wikipedia is not supposed to create notability, but documents what is notable. And that said, finding reliable sources that provide significant coverage, even if that source is more localized, an example there would be your Estonian sources, doesn't make it any less reliable, even if the source is not necessarily in the language of the Wikipedia. It could be considered reliable. And certainly, you know, we see a lot of English Wikipedia articles that have almost exclusively non-English reference sources. So it's definitely possible. And the same thing I would expect, you know, myself, and then again, thank you very much to Right Cow Left Coast for bringing something to the table as well. But definitely, every project is going to analyze the same source in their own from their own perspective. So CNN may be considered a pretty reliable source on English Wikipedia, but the French version may not be considered in the same way, or maybe highlighted or lowlighted. Or is Time Magazine important to you? Is Le Figaro a key source for your project? How reliable are we going to take them? It's going to vary from project to project. And we are just talking about English Wikipedia. We tend to talk a lot about English Wikipedia, but we're one of 300. Everybody has to have their own way of doing things.
Yeah, thank you, Risker. We have one final comment. Is there anything else online? But we'll take a comment here, but we are actually out of time, so we'll close soon to move into a break. But please.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Aaron Shaw. And I just wanted to respond to a couple things. I do a lot of research on Wikimedia projects among other kinds of communities, and we have done some work looking at rule development and a little bit of work looking at rule enforcement across language editions. And there are just two pieces I want to highlight that I think are relevant to the current conversation. One is that in a number of cases, something we've seen is that, and this is in large language editions, so this would include Spanish, absolutely. We see that a lot of the initial activity on rule creation and editing happens in the core policy areas, but that over time it shifts into much more specific and what I would characterize as exception-driven or special case-driven policy development. So this is within language editions. You won't find these things in the main, say, NPOV policy page on English, but you may find that there are sort of subsidiary policies that have evolved over time to address language-specific concerns, community-specific concerns, and I think that I would suggest we should think of that as a strategic resource that can be used in terms of localization of the different policy regimes. So I think that's one. And then the other is that there is quite a lot of flexibility around how reliability is interpreted. So and this is true in many of the large language edition policies as well. So for certain kinds of information, I mean, I'm thinking of your example of pricing of building materials. A building materials production company's website or press releases may not be a reliable source in the perennial sources list, but it may be the best reliable place to get information about that. And that's also something that I think has been kind of established, litigated, for lack of a better word, in some of the larger language editions, but which may create contention. And I think looking to other projects for examples of how to navigate some of these challenging topics can be a really valuable thing. So it sort of ends in the same place, using other projects as strategic learning opportunities.
Maybe about your session.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'm the research track, which you may or may not have been to any of. I'll be speaking later today, I think at 2:30 in this room, both about some of the different kinds of threats facing projects and then some of the ways of thinking about responses to those threats. So things like adversarial editing dynamics around NPOV are absolutely a part of that, and I was part of the NPOV working group as well, and will speak at a sort of high level about the kind of research approaches and what we feel like we can do with research, both to support movement strategy and understanding of some of these challenges. So please come. It'd be great to see you.
Yeah, excellent. And to wrap up, thank you so much for our virtual participants who joined. There is a follow-up on the previous question.
Ross? Okay. Right Cow Left Coast is adding something to consider also is some subtopics might fall within the scope of other notable larger topics. And thus, those subtopics can be included within the encyclopedia. Then Tanmay Myland Shivakar is asking speakers how to edit work in Wikipedia. I think maybe a follow-up to your comment, I don't know. And then again, Right Cow Left Coast writes, perhaps also more SNGs might allow for creation of articles within a certain subject area by lowering a notability bar if there is a consensus that within that subject area there is under coverage. Riskar, do you know what is essentially? Okay, I don't know. I'm not an English Wikipedian.
Subject-specific notability guidelines.
Yeah, specific notability guidelines is a response for acronym.
All right.
Okay, we are out of time. Thank you so much for arriving here, like first session, last day. So, muchas gracias, grazie mille, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for. Dziękuję bardzo. So, yeah, you know where to find Risker, user Risker. My username is a foundation one, it's a trickier. You can find me in the talk page of proposed baseline NPOV standard. We love to keep hearing from you. And what I also hope, like there was a question regarding the peer connections, I hope that we can share and learn across the projects to implement the best practices and understand maybe the frustrations that our project contributors have. I think it's now at this point of time really important for us to kind of continue improving, keeping the quality of content we have, and continue opening the space to move towards the sum of all human knowledge. So thank you. Have a wonderful last day ahead. Yeah, thank you.
So logistical maybe comment, we started a bit later, we wrapped a bit later, and now we have half an hour of a break, and we will see each other at 11 local time. Thanks.
Yeah, and there is also Estonian candy, if you want to, like joining the 9:30.
nervous when I introduce other people. Okay, yeah, yeah, it's a fun I'm very, very curious about that. I oh, okay. AI automation or software? I'm kidding on AI.
Okay, we are starting the second session, a workshop. Welcome, the last day of Wikimania 2026. This is a workshop by Femke, and with the title, Update Needed, Practical and Radical Ideas to Keep Wikipedia Reliable.
Updating articles is not as glamorous as writing new articles. And that shows. We have a lot of Wikipedia articles throughout the Wikipedias that show their age, that might have a sentence in Village about a proposal that was made around 2006, and then crickets about what came next. So this session is about radical and practical ideas to get articles updated. The overview, I'll just be talking a bit about the size of the problem. How do we know how big it is? Which areas do we see very strong need for updates? And then I'll talk about a couple of ideas, inspirations, and most of today will be a workshop where we're going to 4 different tables, talk about different ideas in terms of contest, in terms of software, in terms of automation, and even policies and guidelines on how we can tackle the problems of dated articles. So, I edited a lot recently in medical content, and on English Wikipedia we have a rule for medical content that our citation should be from the last 5 years. Medical practice changes all the time, and to ensure that Wikipedia is a reliable source, you want to use the most recent clinical guidelines and the most recent literature reviews to write about medical conditions. Unfortunately, that isn't really what is happening, or in recent years, it's not. So on the right, you see a graph. I looked at the 100 most read articles for medical content in August 2025 and checked what the median source was in each of these articles. For 7%, the left 2 things, we saw that the average source had a source date that was less than 5 years old. So yes, those are in scope. Most of these were COVID articles, so of course they're going to be in scope. The next one, citations have a median age of 10 years or less, can usually still be fine. But for the supermajority, we saw that the articles were out of date with citations at least 10 years old. And this is English Wikipedia. And I think we are in a luxury position on English Wikipedia because we have a huge amount of editors and we have a very active medical community. This is not the only place where we see things that are out of date. Geography is one that very small places or medium-sized places quite often have very dated content. And even on large pages, you see a mix of very new content and very old. Another big example, and here we go outside of English Wikipedia. In 2021, the BBC published an article showing that in a couple of small Wikipedias, there was really blatant climate denial. In reaction to that, we started a big project, a climate denial review, where we looked at every single language and checked, are these articles out of date? Are these articles correct? Is there misinformation and disinformation? And what we thought we would find is that in a handful of Wikipedias, you would see blatant disinformation and intentional deception of readers, mostly in small Wikipedias. What we did not expect to find is that there was misinformation in a third of articles, mostly not intentional, but because articles were out of date. Climate denial usually means sowing uncertainty, saying, we're not entirely sure if human caused it. Maybe it's the sun. When you look at the state of climate science 25 years ago, those were valid minority opinions. And what you see in those small languages is that these old valid minority opinions were included, even though now, if somebody says, maybe it's the sun, they're a climate denier. So we managed to delete a lot of this misinformation in collaboration with these local languages where there was capacity and there isn't always capacity. But it was shocking to see that you saw such a bias in the article that was introduced without any intention. And a lot of these were translations from English Wikipedia, and that's something you see in a lot of languages, that in a very early stage you get a translation from English Wikipedia, but the small languages focus on creating more articles, given that there's such large gaps in coverage. On English Wikipedia especially, we have a second problem. Articles grow but don't shrink. We encourage new editors especially not to delete content. If new editors delete content, typically they get warned for vandalism. I have a confession to make. I was removing some misinformation from the Spanish Wikipedia 2 weeks ago. And I got very close to being blocked because I decided to use my broken Spanish in the Embed summaries and didn't really explain why I removed climate misinformation from their main page, which an admin at the Spanish Wikipedia didn't quite like. And that was partially because I don't like it when I see articles grow massively and be completely inaccessible to readers, as well as containing misinformation, because they have got so much dated information. The longer an article is, the more maintenance it requires, and the more difficult it is to keep it up to date. Contests. So we're going to go to the next part of the workshop, a bit of inspiration. One of the responses to this DataNet is to organize contests. We love gamification. It really, really works. An example on English Wikipedia is the core contest, where we ask people to update the most important articles, which a lot of newer editors or even experienced editors feel quite scared to edit. And in a gamified way, we can encourage people to be bold and to dare edit these articles. Quite often, that involves massive updates. Another one is articles for improvement. Most Wikipedias have this process where you highlight a couple of articles that are very much in need of improvement. Sometimes those processes have died slightly because they are in obscure places on Wikipedia. There's a discussion now going on to what extent we should feature this on English Wikipedia on the main page so that we get new editors interested in updating articles. They don't typically do this, even though updating articles is something that's very suited to new editors, in the sense that they have an example of a source that worked 20 years ago or worked 10 years ago, and they can search a similar source online that works in the current situation. Software. And this is something that doesn't exist, but I hope will exist. Who here has heard of suggestion mode? Most of you, but not all. Okay, suggestion mode is a cool new feature that's being developed by, I think, the editing team. And what it does is when you're a new editor, it says, hey, I noticed there is a disambiguation page in the article here. You shouldn't have a disambiguation page. What is the correct link? It asks these small tasks and features them quite prominently for new editors. What it doesn't yet do is say, hey, this article is out of date. Please update the article. I'm very keen. I think the first A/B test will be presented around yesterday. So I've not looked yet at what the A/B tests show of how effective this is, but a cool new feature that is coming. Another one, automation and AI. In general, we know that most communities are either somewhat skeptical of AI or very skeptical of AI. But there are opportunities there in terms of highlighting which parts of articles need to be updated. Rewriting it from scratch is very, very difficult, but putting a text through an AI and saying, hey, which of these sentences are probably wrong, means that you can more easily prioritize. We also have Wikidata as a way of automating, especially the cross-language automation, even though there is some skepticism there again around the quality control processes on Wikidata and to what extent we want to expose that data to readers. Finally, norms and guidelines. I already talked a bit about how we treat new editors that tend to delete content. One of the norms there is that if you don't explain it, it's probably wrong and probably vandalism. Even though a lot of deletions might not be vandalism, how do we encourage new editors or slightly more experienced editors to feel bold enough to remove things that aren't good enough? There's another policy that exists still on English Wikipedia but isn't really used that much, and it's called preserve. Typically, if content is neutral and is cited to a reliable source and is okay-ish, you shouldn't delete it. That might not work anymore because we don't really say that if something is dated or not that relevant, you should delete it. And there might be scope here for changing policies. I imagine that on smaller Wikipedias, this idea of preserving information is stronger. Maybe it's not, and I'm very keen to hear all of your ideas about what kind of norms we have and what kind of guidelines we have that might make it more difficult to delete dated information and update articles. So, to the workshop stage. We've got 4 tables. We're gonna split the room in 4, and it's quite a busy room, so we'll see how that goes. Maybe we need to split it in slightly more groups. Find a table. We've got 4 tables. One is around contest and gamification. One is around software, for instance, the suggestion mode. One is around automation and AI, and one around norms and guidelines. And when we go to these tables, what I would like to start with is a moment of Zen. We've been talking a lot, but to ensure that people that are a bit more introverted can also think of different solutions and provide their opinion, I want to start with a moment of Zen. Okay, we're gonna try it into, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do it in 4 corners, but maybe if the table becomes too large, split it into 2 within these tables. So, there is a question.
Yeah, I was just going to ask which table corresponds to which corner.
Which table? That is exactly the question that I was going to answer. Perfect. So the first corner over there is going to be the contest and gamification table. So that's in that corner. The second will be over there, and that's going to be software. Automation and AI is going to be over there, and the final table is going to be norms and guideline in that corner. We've got 4 moderators for each of the tables, and I probably should have written this on a slide because I might be wrong. I think contest and gamification is going to be leak. The norms and guideline is going to be MCE. If you could wave and... Yes, perfect. The software is going to be Dreamy Shade over here. And I'll be talking about automation and AI in that corner. Before we go, the workshop will have 3 different phases. We're going to start with a quiet moment, making sure that everybody here can come up with ideas. I want radical ideas, not only practical ideas. I think it's a massive problem that needs radical ideas. The second stage is we're going to have a group discussion. And in that group discussion, I want you to come up with the 3, 4, 5 best solutions, and they will be added to a Padlet. For the people online, you can immediately start in the Padlet, and we have Tatjana helping to lead the discussion there. So 3 stages: brainstorm quietly, discuss, prioritize on your table, and the people online can immediately start prioritizing, including voting. They will be voting on our ideas. Any questions? No questions. Let's go. At the end of this session, over next week probably, I will try and write this up either as a signpost article or put some of the wishes that we've collected collectively on the community wish list. I've loved the ideas in these things, and I'm very, very keen to hear more about your ideas. So make sure that you put everything on Padlet and that you ensure that the votes are in when you have time for that as well. We've got all the things on a Padlet, I think. I want to thank all of you very much for all these lovely ideas. And there is a break now, I believe, so we can enjoy some coffee and tea.
For me, for holding the mobile phone with the timer.
I will.
Okay, I'm just gonna mirror it. It's gonna be fine. You'd like That's you. I want this. Thank you. That's good enough. All right. There's no slide. This one. Yeah, there's. Sorry, I didn't get it in time.
You can show it later, maybe.
Yeah, well, I could say it. You can welcome people.
Also, do we need to speak into these?
Yes, you do. It's not important for the people, but it's important online, so you need to stay. Do you want to walking? I think they. Or do you want to stay at the pulpit? I think they prefer. They like this better. Last time they told me this is better.
If you're comfortable with walking, you could walk with the mic. I mean,
I usually like to walk, but that's okay.
Hey, you want to walk with it?
you can walk.
These two can work. These two will be working in the audience.
Yeah, we can, for Q&A, we're going to bring these.
Yes.
He says do it away from the microphone.
Ah, wait, yeah, that's what he says.
So if you walk,
Thank you so much.
I'm assistant. The manager is here. Yes, I'm an assistant.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
oh, this one you want this? I need the mic also. That's that. Hi. Welcome at the third day of the research track. Today we will be discussing reliability, mostly reliability at scale, because we do need scale. And for thematic consistency, our next speaker will be referred to as pain au chocolat for some reasons. Pain au chocolat made his PhD at UC Berkeley on in sociology on the online collective, studying the online collective actions. He, for some reason, moved away from California to Illinois at the University of Northwestern, where he continues studying the organization, participation of, and governance of online communities that create public information. If you know any of these kind of communities, let us know. He is also the co-founder of the Community Data Science Collective, and Pain au Chocolat has, I guess, I don't know, 45 minutes?
30 total, right? 30.
Yeah, 30.
Including Q&A, correct? Great. All right. Thank you very much. All right, thank you so much, and thank you all for coming today. Last day of Wikimania, still going strong here in the research track. I'm really excited to kick off today's session, and this is a new talk, and Google Slides is not playing nice with my operating system right now, so. So we're doing it live with no speaker notes. So, you know, have fun. So what I want to talk about today is really about today's theme, as we know, is reliability, fiabilité, and you'll excuse me, my French probably sounds a little too much like my Spanish. You know, but what I really want to anchor the talk around are a set of threats that are confronting fundamental values of the movement and of the projects. And I think part of what I want to do, because this is a kind of kickoff for the research track today, is to think about this as an instance of ways that research and the movement really can support each other. I think that's something that's really important to me in my work, and I think that it's something that's really valuable to bring to a space like Wikimania, where which there are very few of. As a researcher, right? I'm used to going to conferences, but Usually it's just other faculty and grad students running around. And so the chance to find ways for research to have impact that goes way beyond our publications and the training of wonderful and extraordinary students who I derive a lot of value and joy from teaching and working with. But the chance to go beyond that is really important. So I want to emphasize that in the conversation today. You got a little bit of background. This is just to say, as a little bit of additional background on me, this is the research group that I co-lead with Mako and some of our other colleagues. You can learn more about us on at that website right there. But we mostly do a lot of empirical work studying online communities, peer production communities, creating public information goods of various kinds. And I am based at Northwestern University, which is near Chicago, which is why it's mysterious why I would ever leave California. But Chicago's pretty nice. If you're ever there, come say hi. And the other thing I wanted to mention, just as like a little bit of promotional excitement, is that Mako and our colleague Christian Pensold and I have a book coming out less than 2 months from today, which is about peer production. It's in, if you haven't seen these, they're these little tiny books that MIT Press has been releasing as part of the Essential Knowledge series, they're calling it. And ours will be available pretty soon. It's available for pre-order right now. You can use that QR code. But it was really important to us that this be freely licensed. So when it's published, you'll be able to download it at no cost and print it. And hopefully, yeah, thanks. Well, really, thanks to a couple of our university libraries' open access funds for.
As an EPUB plus PDF?
I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe MIT usually does both, but I'm not certain.
I beg you to do EPUB. Thank you.
We will look into that. Can you help me remember that? Thank you. Yeah, so all this is to say is that I've been doing research in this space for a long time with a bunch of people. I've been coming to Wikimania since about 2012. And, you know, that's just useful background and context. And I think if you want to talk more about any of the work that's in here elsewhere, I'm really happy to do that. So onwards to reliability. Or I think we could also talk about fiabilité in terms of some other synonyms that we've also applied in various ways to things about the movement. And I think that, you know, like I said at the outset, I think the way I want to think about these is really as fundamental values and not just sort of content policies or something like that, or programs within a research track or within the foundation or anything like that. And part of the reason why I think it's important to think of these as fundamental values is I think that they speak to the ways that, and you've heard other people say things like this throughout the conference, it speaks to the ways that Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects and the movement more broadly is part of is a public knowledge institution that provisions fundamental or critical epistemic infrastructure, right? And this is really the kind of knowledge goods that are relied upon very broadly. And there are lots of these, and I've just picked a couple of examples up here that are salient in the US context, with which I am most familiar. You know, you might think about public data and public agencies, government agencies that produce public data sets like the census in the United States. Or you might think of National Public Radio, which is a kind of, the funding model for National Public Radio is something that I'm not going to try to explain, but it's essentially creating radio content that is syndicated and broadcast by a variety of stations throughout the country. But these are really producing knowledge goods that are, in many cases, not contested. In many cases, they're the source of kind of basic authoritative facts about the world. And they're used for a variety of purposes by a broad variety of people. So what I want to focus on for the duration of the talk is really two arguments. The first is to develop and share this idea that comes out of some recent work that actually a graduate student who mainly works with Mako has pursued, which lays out this concept of the attack surface of epistemic infrastructure, right? And what this part is really about is about deepening or broadening our understanding, our way of thinking about the kinds of adversarial threats that this movement and that these kinds of epistemic infrastructure and public knowledge institutions are facing. Please. No problem. So that's the first bit. That bit's going to be a bit short, but it'll lead into the second bit, which is, I think, kind of a call or an encouragement and a little bit of an example of, a partial example of the second piece of this, which I think is really about rigorous assessment frameworks and resources. I think that these are two different examples of ways that research and the movement can really have this kind of synthetic, mutual benefit kind of relationship that I talked about at the very beginning. And I think that they are urgent challenges that relate directly to these fundamental values and today's theme of reliability. Okay, so let's start out with the first one. And like I said, this is really me riffing on a work in progress that's been led by Zareen Karazian, who's a PhD student at the University of Washington. And so I'm doing my best impression. If you haven't seen it yet, the next talk in this room is going to be the kind of like the year in research, kind of year in review for Wikimedia research. And as part of that, Mako and Layla will be sharing research postcards, sort of short syntheses of recent work. So this is, I'm just sort of playing off of their trope with this, but this is where you can find the paper. And I'm going to give you a very crude and simplified and condensed version of some pieces, some key ideas from this paper that I think are really relevant to the conversations here today. But I really do recommend checking it out. It's not yet public. It's not yet peer reviewed, but that is a preprint, so that's publicly available. Okay. So I'm not doing my Mako impression though. I'll save that for another time. No, that's like. So there's a big key set of ideas that I want to get at from this paper, and this is the first part of it. The first part of it is that we can be thinking about epistemic infrastructure and these public knowledge institutions as constituted as sort of a three-part resource system. And these resources are interdependent, and they exist for all of these things, for all of these epistemic infrastructure and public knowledge institution cases that I mentioned, as well as those that I didn't. And they're the kind of points on the triangle here. So at the top, you've got knowledge. That's the part that we're used to thinking about most fundamentally, right? That's like the content of the encyclopedia projects, for example. But that's the kind of like the knowledge about the world, a mixture of data and databases and archives and stuff like that. On the left, at the bottom left, you've got governance, which is really the institutions and norms and roles and rules and structures for managing the knowledge resource. And then on the bottom right, you've got this other one, legitimacy, which I think is probably the least appreciated of the three, at least from what I've seen at the conference so far, which is really the basis of authority, right? It's the kind of, the belief, which needs to be widely held for it to be operational, the belief that the knowledge is authoritative, is trustworthy, and provides credible information about the world. Right? So you can see there the author's summary down there at the bottom. But the important things to emphasize is that these are interdependent and that we can talk about them across all of the different examples of epistemic infrastructure and public knowledge institutions. The second part of the paper that I really want to pull out is their characterization of two vectors, or two, we can think about them as two kinds of adversarial attacks. And these are capture and destruction, right? So capture, as it says up there, is really about trying to appropriate or control some dimension of epistemic infrastructure in order to advance some private interest. And by private here, I don't necessarily mean corporate or money seeking. I just mean private in the sense of not public, not collective, not shared. Right? It might be that I have a particular belief about the way the world ought to work, and that would be an example of my private interest. And I might try to capture some aspect of a knowledge institution in order to advance that private interest. Destruction is sort of probably more familiar. It's just like degradation, like just blow it up. Right? It's some targeted action to disable or dismantle the resource system entirely. Okay? So if you're with me so far, we've got my little triangle, right? The 3 points, and then the 2 vectors or types of adversarial attacks. And basically what the paper lays out is it creates a table, a 3x2 table, where it overlays these on top of each other and walks through some of the ways in which we might apply these concepts to understand the threats and vulnerabilities facing public knowledge institutions. So one example, which they bring up in the paper and which is the topic of an excellent paper that Zareen also led. I should have put the QR code for that one in there, but we can disseminate that later. Right, so one example would be Croatian Wikipedia, which I'm not going to try to rehearse the details effectively here, but the short version of what happened in Croatian Wikipedia is a kind of concerted takeover by a group of influential users who become admins, who then, so governance capture is the thing they do there, right? They capture the sort of like governance roles within the community, and then they use that to take advantage of its legitimacy and degrade the knowledge resource, right? So this is essentially, it's kind of a capture-centric case, but it's an example that, I can tell from the nodding, is familiar to many of the people in the room here, and which I think illustrates the benefits of this framework because, well, I'll come back to why, but let's just put it this way. They didn't start by destroying encyclopedia articles. That wasn't the starting point. The entry point was the governance system. Right, that's why it's an interesting, and it was a capture. The vector of attack was capture. It was not destruction, right? So that's part of what I want to get at. The second example is the kind of like Wikipedia discussion, which for those of you who are blissfully ignorant of things that Elon Musk says in the world about our movement and our projects, which I hope some of you somehow are. Right, like, you can go read Molly White's fantastic blog post about this. I'm not sure, calling it a blog post doesn't really do it justice, but it's great. But the short version here is that Elon Musk, for reasons that I won't pretend to really understand, really decided that he had it in for Wikipedia. And what he went about doing was sort of publicly discrediting and accusing the movement of being illegitimate. And in particular, targeting the foundation, I would say. So it was an attempt at legitimacy destruction, right? He wanted to undermine the legitimacy of the movement and the projects and the foundation by essentially making fun of them on Twitter, which if you're Elon, it has a lot of impact. And by doing that, he also wanted to advance an agenda of destroying the governance of the project, right? He was sort of influential in sparking some interest among a variety of actors in the United States, at least in targeting resources within the foundation in a variety of ways, and also to engage in a kind of knowledge destruction. And I think one way to think about what kind of knowledge destruction he was pursuing is like, if you think Grokpedia is like a benign sort of like initiative, I think part of the goal is to contribute to this kind of like vector of attack on the projects. There was a paper that Mako talked about recently, that a whole set of papers actually that have compared the two, and a lot of them basically say Grokpedia, it's not so different from Wikipedia, except it's just sort of worse and then advances a particular perspective in a small set of topics, right? So it's essentially attacking the resource and the legitimacy and credibility of Wikipedia by sort of cheaply reproducing it and rebranding it in many ways. So the takeaways, we got our little taking the baguette for a bike ride visual there, which will come back in a few minutes, like I said, are that these are examples of how our adversarial attacks are targeting resource surfaces in different ways, right? I talked about those, the kind of 3 different, what were they again? The 3 different resources in the systems. Most defenses that we've spent a lot of time developing and building really focus on the knowledge dimension, the knowledge resource, right? So if you think about fact-checking, debunking, pre-bunking, attempts to kind of update and make the information, make sure that the knowledge good is accurate and correct, right? That's where most of the attention has gone. And I think this is also where most of the attention has gone in terms of scientific research more broadly and in terms of policy agendas. And I think that part of what I love this paper for is that it really underscores that that's, at some level, a strategic mistake, right? We cannot only focus there. We've got to think bigger, and we've got to understand that there are these multiple surfaces, multiple vectors, and we've got to build response strategies that can sustain integrity across like every cell of that 3x2 table that comes out of this paper. So thanks to Zareen and Mako for creating, I think, a really great way of thinking about this, and hopefully it can spark some good conversation in a little bit. Check in on time here. Okay. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace. It's going to be great. All right. So now let's talk a little bit about rigorous assessment frameworks and resources. So here I'm going to focus on NPOV. And really I'm going to draw on, I was involved in the kind of research component of the NPOV working group that was convened by the foundation over the past year or so with several of the people in the room. What I want to try to spell out is what I see as the kind of research contributions that are implied in that work, and focus on a piece that I think needs more work in the future, right? And try to spell out a kind of research framework that I hope can be usable for us moving forward. So if we, to help us think about NPOV, right? NPOV is this complicated policy, content policy, right? And this is language that is drawn from, not verbatim, but pretty close, from the current draft of the global standard that's in discussion today and elsewhere here. And I think that what we can see in this is that NPOV is this complex, multidimensional thing. And so part of what we tried to do in the research part of the working group was help other researchers even understand what NPOV is and how they might contribute to deepening understanding of it. So this was a piece that was led by Isaac Johnson, who's a member of the research team at the foundation, which tried to lay out some recommended practices, right? Just what it says on the label for doing NPOV research in this space. And it really emphasized some key facets of NPOV that I'm not going to rehearse right now, but that are in many ways fundamental, but often misunderstood outside of the Wikimedia movements, right? That it's not a view from nowhere, that it's a product of discussion and contestation and often disagreement that can lead to sort of a pluralistic representation of tough topics, right? That's just one example. So the idea here was partly to kind of head off at the pass the continued production of research that sort of, I think of it as kind of like gotcha research, where people publish a paper where they say, look, Wikipedia is wrong on this topic, in this language, in this way, and then kind of walk away. Or maybe at worst they do a press release and try to get some attention for that, without trying to understand the context more deeply and the norms that operate in the communities and the mechanisms and processes that are in place to try to anticipate and address that. The second part of what we tried to do in the research track was really assess and develop research to support communities, right? And so as part of this, we looked at a lot of prior work, and I'm not going to try to summarize, I'm not going to give you like a lot of big baguettes here, but just to do that very briefly, I think we found some ways that rigorous prior research on NPOV is actually quite limited. And to the extent that it's out there, a lot of it does suggest a number of ways that Wikipedias are doing pretty well, as long as there are facts, as long as there are some key attributes, such as the presence of editors with divergent perspectives and reliable sourcing available in the topic domain, but that a lot of this has changed over time, and a lot of the assessment has been very limited, right? And there's a list of some of the ways that it's limited up there. So this led us to identify some targets for what we think better NPOV assessment can look like. Right, and these are really, I think the way to think about these is not something that we might accomplish in any single research project, but ways that new research and new approaches to research can help us understand NPOV and content reliability in deeper ways, in more rigorous ways. So I'm very briefly going to spell out a little bit of how this can turn into like a strategy that researchers might use. I'm going to use a hypothetical example. And so I just want to emphasize, and I will emphasize this repeatedly just in the interest of sort of my own knowledge integrity here, that anything I'm going to talk about within this example is not actual research results. It's just an example. And my example are the Canadian wildfires that have been going on pretty intensely for the last few years. And I picked this in part because in Chicago, where I live, last week, the air quality was absolutely horrible. And something that's been interesting is to watch the degree to which reporting on these fires, at least in many mainstream US sources, really emphasizes the relationship of the fires to global climate change, right? And so climate change, obviously a potential topic of contention in many languages for many people. And when I came here, I was struck by the fact that there are also some forest fires raging right now in the south of France and around Madrid. And when I was looking at some of the reporting and some of the article coverage, particularly in English, I noticed that the coverage of the wildfires of the Canadian wildfires in the French language edition didn't mention climate change in any way, whereas the and some of the news coverage that I was able to find also wasn't doing that, at least the news coverage that wasn't in English, whereas the English language edition and the English language news coverage was pretty aggressively foregrounding the relationship to climate change, right? So here we have an example of a kind of contentious topic, the relationship of raging wildfires to climate change, and an opportunity to conduct some sort of NPOV assessment, right? So this is an example of the kind of thing where I think we might be interested as a movement in understanding sort of how things are going with that NPOV stuff across a couple of language editions for a given topic. And in my walk up to the example, you'll notice that I provided a sort of baseline there too. And the baseline is really important for NPOV. Wikipedia, because of the requirements of reliable sourcing, is never going to be the first on the scene with new information. That's not the goal. But it is constrained in many ways by the availability of external sourcing. So we need to understand what Wikipedia coverage might look like in relation to those external sources. So our suggestion for a strategy to conduct an assessment of this really would decompose it into these 3 steps, where I'll give you the nutshell version of this. Essentially what we're doing is we would try to think about identifying a sample of like topics, you can think of them as entities, for which we might want to assess Wikipedia coverage in some set of language editions in relation to some external baseline, right? And when we assess NPOV, we want to try to encompass the different aspects or dimensions of NPOV that are salient and which I pulled out from the global standard a moment ago, right? So essentially this is saying, how can we better align an assessment of NPOV with both sort of scientific rigor, standards of scientific rigor, and standards of community values and community policies? So here's a kind of, thank you. Here's a kind of hypothetical, right? I've got that in red because I want to underscore again. This is not real claims. There are no numbers, no reality was measured in the creation of this slide. This is not real data. Right, the kinds of example claims that we might be able to do if we constructed something like this for the case of Canadian wildfire coverage in English and French is that we might want to be able to say things like, Canadian wildfire articles invoke climate change terms in some % of English articles versus some % of French articles versus some % of news source coverage, right? And you can, this is very general and abstract, right? You can imagine sort of scaling this down to focus on particular news sources, right, or particular article sets. But we can think about sort of coverage as well as think about things like content, right? Are the terms used in similar ways, right? For those of you in the research space, right, word embeddings have given us all these powerful tools for thinking about content similarity, measuring content similarity in relatively automated and scalable ways across many languages. We can apply that or adapt that in this case, and that's part of what we're working on in this project, to think about the similarity of coverage across language editions in relation to external news corpora. Right? And finally, we can think about source credibility, right? There's been a lot of wonderful work presented here and elsewhere, published here and published recently and coming out soon, that applies various ways of assessing source and credibility in Wikipedia content, for example. But I think what we want to emphasize is the integration of these three aspects, right, of thinking about, of decomposing NPOV, to think about how Wikipedia corpora are changing over time in relation to external baselines. Right, and just, again, right, not real analysis. Didn't do any research here, just spelling out kind of a framework. Just want to be really clear. Okay. So that's the idea at some level. That's the assessment strategy that really has grown out of this work, and we're in the process of, you know, despite the research team's best attempts to get the academic to move faster and produce research sooner, you know, I'm very stubborn. So even Layla can't quite wring that out of me. No, but you know, that's what we're working on right now, is sort of taking this and developing it in relation to some concrete cases, so that we can have some like publishable work that comes out of this that hopefully can also generate relevant, practicable insights that can support communities in doing, you know, better monitoring of how's NPOV going across tough topic areas, and that can lead to sort of reflection, policy change, editing change. We're not sure what it's going to lead to at some level, but that's what I think we're along for the ride in the hopes that it will get to. So that really just speaks to my last point, which is I think that by thinking about this broader set of potential surfaces and vectors of vulnerability, we can, and really rethinking how rigorous assessment can bring the best of scientific strategy and measurement together with, you know, deep understanding and values from community. I think that's the best answer I've got to a question like this. And that's what I'm hoping we can do. So I mentioned that we're currently refining the strategy and developing application to specific cases right now. And I think that as we go, what we're hoping we can also do is really consult, right? Understand, I mean, as a researcher, right, I'm sort of adjacent and part of the movement in a variety of ways, but I'm not, you know, a part of many different communities, and I'm not part of the foundation. So I think we have to understand how this can be used effectively. And then last but not least is really think about how to catalyze and grow this as an area of research beyond those of us who are already here to, you know, extend more broadly as well. So that's it, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Pain au chocolat. Any question?
Thanks so much. Oop, that's odd. Hi, I'm a user researcher with Wikimedia Germany. I'm interested in the topic of knowledge equity in addition to just doing user research. And we've heard a lot from particularly indigenous communities as well as other small language communities about what standards they have for the quality of information, and also how to engage with an ecosystem that grapples with the inherent inequities of the world that Wikipedia and the other wikis are built within. So can you tell me a little bit about how you thought through the non-neutrality of the ecosystem we're built in, and maybe some ways in which you could envision working with and for those communities who are perhaps most impacted by the non-neutrality of the information ecosystem?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's a great question. And it's one, I'll keep my answer short. I have not worked with those communities previously, so I don't feel like I have a lot of direct knowledge, but I think it's a really important question, and I'm very sensitive and aware of the fact that standards of reliability and sourcing standards that are integral to something like NPOV are in many ways themselves like carry with them sort of centuries of epistemic bias and you know, their own sort of knowledge biases about what counts as legitimate, objective knowledge about the world in any sense. So I think that it's a big topic, and I think the intersection of work like this with work like what it sounds like you and others, I mean, I'm familiar with some of the other research in the space are doing. There's got to be additional conversation there, but I haven't had that yet, so I think that would be great. Thank you.
Another question? Yeah.
Hello. There's been an assessment put forth in the last few years that the English language Wikipedia has faced a Croatian Wikipedia-style takeover by this, a group that's been referred to as the Gang of 40, which is a supposed group of far-left editors who have done their best to ban or at least outvote people with opposing views on the most controversial topics. Have you heard of that theory, and do you have any thoughts on it?
I've heard the term. I'm not familiar with the evidence that underpins the claims, so I don't really have a comment on whether I find it credible personally or not. I mean, what I would say that I think, what I hear kind of behind the comment in some sense, is that a lot of the rules in the environment of the ecosystem change over time. And they may change over time in ways that can become more or less, you know, sort of, that can reflect certain biases or certain interpretations of the world or certain interpretations about how the community ought to be governed, and that may undermine, at least for some members of current or former members of the community, the legitimacy, right? And that I think it speaks to the fact that, to bring it back to that triangle that I had up there between the knowledge resource and the governance and the legitimacy, I think there is this intertwined relationship between them. And I think that, you know, efforts to understand the integrity of content also have to understand the integrity of the community's legitimacy and governance, both internally and externally. And I think there's been some interesting research on some of those aspects, but I think that's an area where there should be more. So thank you for your comment.
Okay, hello. So,
Short, please.
Yes. Okay, so I'm a Wikipedia editor. I'm working on a set of articles about a highly controversial topic that has, you know, it's very recent, and so it's super, super messy. And that's why when you were saying, like, okay, sample entities that have a compelling representation of the topic, I'm like, that's really hard, and I'm so curious. And I think the answer is email you and learn more. But yeah, just like, I've been trying to do that, and it's hard, so I'm so curious.
Yeah. Thanks. I'm happy to geek out about this more, and I'm so there for that. That's my job. I'm really lucky that that's my job. But the one thing I would emphasize is that when we're trying to think about assessment, that's important in this context, is we're trying to think about how to build samples that aren't already internal to the Wikimedia ecosystem. And so there, it can really put you in a bind, right? I mean, for Canadian wildfires, I could probably find a list of fires compiled by some government agency in Canada. That would be ideal. If I can't, I could probably use some mix of newspaper reports and other things to find that stuff. So a lot of it is trying to find these sorts of external to Wikimedia sources that, you know, strike me as plausible that I can use, because if I'm trying to assess what's been covered in Wikimedia and what's been covered in the news, I need something that kind of originates ideally outside of both, but that's hard.
And now the original baguette and croissant to follow up.
Chocolate croissant, over now.
Would you want to take that?
Okay, that's fine. Cool. I started the timer for 20 minutes. That's okay. We can just stand here and use this.
Okay.
That's fine. Welcome to the last iteration of the State of Research and 5 research findings. Some of you have been here in the past couple of days, so I'll just give a quick overview for those of you who are new to this last session. Baguette is represented by Benjamin Mako-Hill from University of Washington. He's going to share with you some of the research findings from the research community around the Wikimedia projects since last Wikimania, roughly. And I am represented by Croissant, and I am going to share with you kind of some of the more internal to inward to outward research that we do inside the Wikimedia Foundation with a lot of collaborators that I'll mention, but some of the key findings we have from this research. Today we have 4 themes to talk about. I'll just maybe at a super high level, I will say it was hard to choose. This space is a busy space, and we're going to hear it in the lightning talks as well, which is good news. There's a lot of research happening, a lot of development happening. Good job to you all and those who have been active in this space. And with that, I'll pass it to Baguette to take us to the first theme.
Okay, so the routine here, I'm going to introduce a theme, and then I'm going to spend almost all the time on that theme giving you a taste, a little piece of the baguette, which will, an example of a paper which has been published recently and which will give you a sense of what work in that, and at least an example of what I think is a Wikimedia relevant piece of work in that area will show. So the theme, a thing that we saw tons of work on in the last year was things related to measuring reliability of Wikimedia content. This is not a thing which actually I think that there's been a lot of work on historically, but there was just a bunch of work in that space. This paper is also a compelling example of using AI as a tool for maintenance, which I think is kind of a constructive counterpoint to the first version of this talk, where I spent a lot of time talking about the way in which AI systems were like challenging or harming or undermining certain principles or even like activities within our project. This paper was written by 6 authors who are in Monica Lamb's group at Stanford. They've been doing a bunch of work on Wikipedia for a number of years now. You may have seen their stuff at previous versions of this talk. And it was published in EMNLP, which is one of the top venues in natural language processing, in November. Their question was, Wikipedia states millions of facts. How often does it state incompatible ones? And this is a hard question to answer because you have to, for a human, because a human would have to read quite a lot of Wikipedia to understand how that's doing it. This paper was complex and has many different components. There's sort of a conceptual contribution here, which was that they sort of created what they say is a new task for NLP, which is basically like corpus level inconsistency detection, right? They're saying this is a thing that we should be able to do. They're then building a system which allows people to be able to do it. The system's called CLAIRE. I can't remember what it stands for, a backronym, I'm sure. But it was a browser extension powered by an LLM agent, which identified potential contributions and then asked a human using it, an editor, to review it. They then had an empirical contribution, which is that they sampled a bunch of facts from English Wikipedia to try to demonstrate rates of inconsistencies. And they flagged those manually. And then at the end, they also generated a data set of 1,000 human verified facts that represent real Wikipedia contradictions. And the idea is that in the future, people working in natural language processing can use this as a way of training systems to help identify these kinds of inconsistencies moving forward. So, I'll give you a sense of what an inconsistency looks like. This is an example that they used and a figure which illustrated the difference. The claim here is in blue up at the top. It's that François de Bourbon-Montpensier was born in 1492 and received the title Duchy Peerage of Châtellerault. It was kind of close. However, a table elsewhere in Wikipedia incorrectly stated that the title was created 23 years earlier when the person was born, right? So this both can't be true. It either happened in one, well, I mean, the world's complicated, but probably those things are both not true. What they found was that about 3.3% of the facts that they sampled were contradicted by some facts somewhere else in the encyclopedia. Relatively big confidence interval. And they argue that this is definitely a lower bound, but they were able to find at least 3.3% of them. And most of them were numerical discrepancies, the ones they were able to find. And actually, of those numerical discrepancies, a lot of them were just off by one, off in dates, like one day earlier or lower. They found a number of other ones which were sort of logical contradictions, so on and so forth. one kind of fun bonus for people that are interested in AI, they use this like sort of widely, this data set of called Feverus, which is a really widely used fact-checking benchmark, which is built on Wikipedia. And they found that more than 7% of the claims in the benchmark were contradicted by claims elsewhere in Wikipedia, right? So so of the databases that people have built from Wikipedia about facts about the world, a substantial portion of those are like contradicted by other information in Wikipedia. So I don't know which one, half of those are right, hopefully. So I think that that's kind of funny, and it sort of points to the way that these benchmarks actually inherit the inconsistencies in the encyclopedia. They found that it varied a lot over fields, that history had the highest level of inconsistencies that were detected, close to 18%. Math was kind of quite low at 5.6%. There's some ideas why that might be there. Again, history, because there were many of these date-based errors, that's one reason that history was a little bit of a problem. They built this tool which editors can use to help find inconsistencies, and they basically said, hey, editors, find inconsistencies in this article, or they said, use this tool. And they found that when editors used the tool, they were able to find 65% more inconsistencies per hour. So like the tool helped people that are already, like Wikipedians, who are already pretty good at doing this, it helped them do that even better. And this is, the figure is just results from a small user study of 8 users. And what they found in that study was that basically people, there's lots of blue, there's not much red, people liked it. So people seemed to like the system and found that it was effective. I think that a couple sort of interesting, like important takeaways here. I mean, I think that Wikipedia's contradictions are now something which are measurable at scale, which I think is actually pretty big in just important terms. I think that 3.3%, I don't know, that's a pretty small number. I see that as being arguably, impressive, given that this was a data set created by millions of strangers who spend a lot of time arguing about these sorts of things. The fact that only 3.3% are contradicted, and you can decide whether you think that's too big or too small, but I think that's useful. And then the final point takeaway is just this, I think that this is a really cool example of a constructive use of AI and how it can help our workflows. Okay. So related, and certainly related to the topic for the day, there were lots of work in this last year on citations and references in Wikipedia article. It's definitely like it's a growth field in the research area. Just tons of this stuff. And this is, of course, very important because Wikipedia's credibility rests on citing published research. The one kind of interesting study that was like kind of like at least for me, kind of eye-opening and interesting sort of take on this was a study which was done by a group that includes people at Rutledge or Taylor and Francis, so they're an academic publisher, and the University of Michigan Press, who did this study, which was published in PLOS One, which is a general science journal. Their idea was, if you want to measure citation quality, isn't one way you might do that going and finding the people whose work is being cited, showing them the Wikipedia articles, and asking them what they think about those citations. And that's exactly what this study was. They identified a bunch of these people that, by random chance, happened to be people who had published work with their presses, and they contacted a bunch of people with a very short survey that asked 7 questions, and those questions included: is this citation accurate? Is this page a fair treatment of the subject? And would you recommend this to a colleague or to the public? And then they also gave people the opportunity to do free-form comments. They randomly emailed a bunch of these people. They had to email a lot of these people, 20,000 of them to get 750 to complete the survey, so about a 3% response rate, something to keep in mind. And what they found was, I think, pretty positive. On a 10-point scale, the average answer to the citation accurately represents my publication was more than 7.5. And they saw reasonably high answers to other questions like, is this page a reasonable representation of the subject? Or I'd recommend this to a colleague. They also found that almost half of the respondents used Wikipedia in their own teaching, which is in some ways a measure of success, and that a quarter used it in their own research. They found that generally speaking, articles, when they asked authors of articles, they tended to think that the work was more true than books or accurate. I think that this is sort of some results. It's a little hard to read this, but these are some the results from the freeform text analysis. And I think the main thing that they came back is that the thing that people complained about was not whether or not things were wrong, but whether or not the article or even the citation had gotten the sort of the emphasis, issues of emphasis rather than accuracy. So 25% of respondents left freeform comments. Inaccurate evidence was the most, emphasis was the most common complaint, and it actually outnumbered inaccurate information 3 to 1. My own sense is that a lot of reference work in Wikipedia involves, and even like work that we're doing, like the foundation is doing, involves like, here's a claim that's uncited, go find a citation for that. And so we go and we find a citation for it, but in many cases we're kind of cherry picking things in there, and we often don't really reflect it's hard to get the emphasis right in that regard. So I think that there's like a nice lesson there as well. But I think that the most important takeaway here is that, at least for me, is that the authors of the work that we're citing as Wikipedians, they think we're doing a pretty good job. So I think this is mostly kind of positive. Researchers mostly that we cite mostly trust us with their work. And actually, another part of this survey is that they asked people if they'd be willing to follow up and help, and more than half of the people said they would. So I think that's it for Baguette. Pass it back. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. Very nice. I have around 7 minutes left. So before we go to the break, so I suggest maybe we can skip questions, which has been our method over the past couple of days, meet in the break. And then I see Jerome is unhappy with me, so I'm going to try to leave some room for questions. Okay, talking about identifying citation gaps that Meiko talked about. This is one of the research findings that I want to share with you. This actually is research that is building on previous research that was done by researchers in around 2017 to 2019 area. Another body of work has come out focusing on identifying statements in Wikipedia that are in need of citation. So this identifying citation gaps effectively. The method is primarily focused on looking at featured articles on Wikipedia across multiple languages and looking at statements in the featured articles and looking at whether those are supported by citations and not, extracting a set of features, building and fine-tuning the multilingual BERT model, and then applying it to new data that comes basically through the system. I think what is maybe important to emphasize is that the featured articles are treated in this case as a golden standard for what is a good article on Wikipedia. So if it's featured, it should have all the citations that we need, and the statement should be correctly cited. So I think I'm not going to go through a lot of details. We don't have time. I think the main takeaway that I want you to have in terms of the work that you do on the ground is that we have a performing model currently in production that you can access. And this model is available on German, English, Spanish, Farsi, French, Italian, Japanese, Portuguese, Russian, and Chinese Wikipedias, where you can pass statements or articles, statements basically, or articles to the model and get what gaps of citations exist in those articles with varying performance. However, the model is available. If you go to the machine learning teams, productionized models, it's called multilingual reference need. It's a link to it down in the slide. You can use it in your work, whether you're doing research or development on the projects. Moving on to the second topic, and sorry, before I go to the second topic, I should say Pablo Aragon and Miriam Reddy, who are in the room, are involved in this first project that I mentioned. If you have questions, please go to them in the break. And thank you for that. Now let's move on to the next topic, automated verifiability checks. I'll emphasize that this is work in progress. If you have questions, this is research done by Isaac Johnson in the research team at the foundation and user Alexis, who is in the room. If you have questions, go to user Alexis immediately in the break. And thank you for that work. Okay, so here, basically, the problem that they are aiming to solve is as follows. We have a claim on Wikipedia, and we have a citation for that claim. There is no gap of citation. The claim is there, the citation is also there, and then the question is, does the citation actually support the claim, right? And I'm not going to go through the details of the method, but basically the way, at a super high level, the way it works is that for a given citation in Wikipedia article, they extract the claims associated with it, as well as the URL associated with the source. Then from the URL, they extract the text of the source, if it's available. And then they use large language models to assess whether for a duo of claim and external source, whether the external source supports the claim. I think in terms of takeaway, I just quoted something that Isaac had mentioned in this Fabricator ticket. I think he has put it well, which is verifiability is an inherently messy space. It's not a simple relationship between claims and sources, but technically, LLMs have provided space for us, an opportunity in terms of technology, so that we can start getting at this task and be able to resolve at least some of the questions that we have related to it, at the very least in this stage in English Wikipedia. But as you know, our team and the work that we do, we pride ourselves in multilingualism, so there's going to be probably more updates in the future Wikimanias. And with that, thank you for being with us. If it was for the 3 days that we talked with you, Baguette and Croissant, thank you for being in those sessions. And please get involved with the Wikimedia research communities. We are a friendly community. I think you all know it, and that's why you are here. Support each other and let us know how we can help.
Anyone with questions?
There's one I see back there.
I would say that I didn't write, obviously, the 2 papers I talked about, so I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer the questions, but we'll see what you got.
Yeah.
My question, for the off by 1 errors for years and dates and other things like that, were we able to do any assessment of whether those were the result of sourcing mistakes and a mistake on the part of the original editor, or just vandalism?
So yeah, so I think that this my understanding is that this work did not do anything to understand how these errors came about. It just was looking for inconsistencies. I mean, I said something kind of sounded a little bit like a joke, like, you know, which is they can't both be true. There are actually lots of situations where, you know, a statement which is contradictory, maybe both things are true in some ways, right? That's just not reflected. I think that this method, as I understand it, would not be able to capture that.
Okay, there are a number of vandals, or it's a genre of vandal, to go change a date by 1 or some small number.
Hello. Yeah. I have a question about the multilingual references. So first is how difficult it is to add this model to new languages. And second is how good this model is dealing with references in other languages. Let's say a text in French using reference in English.
Thank you. Could you please repeat the second question, please?
How good this model is at dealing with references in a different language. Let's say an article in French using reference in English.
This is a great question. I think this goes more in the space of source verification, because what it's doing, like the multilingual, is focusing on the claim. So whatever it appears in the reference is not checked. This is something in source verification. For the claim detection, in the paper, it explains like some challenges that were encountered on performances across language editions and how data scarcity it affects. But still, there is also something that maybe was not emphasized that I think is very relevant. And it's like there were like a lot of experimentation around the usage of large language models, external third-party large language models, and small language models. And I think the paper did a great job on explaining like how tasks like those ones could be addressed by these small versions of language models that are important from an industrial perspective, but also in constrained infrastructure as the one that we have in Wikimedia I think is particularly relevant.
All right, there's another question from online. It's asked by Elan HR. They say that the 3.3% error rate is very similar to rates in other large commercial knowledge graphs. I've had this attribute to inattention of curators. I'm curious if you know of any analysis of the source for these errors on Wikipedia.
Yeah, so I think that's similar to the question about vandalism. I don't know, and I don't believe that this study, I mean, again, I can't speak for the team that did this work, but the paper did not talk about the sources of the published work, does not talk about the source of these things. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for future work. I think that I'd be very interested in answering that question, and I would believe, I mean, I buy the idea that the reasons that errors might be in Wikipedia would be different than the reason they might be in other knowledge graphs.
Yeah, to answer the previous question regarding the support for multiple languages, Isaac and myself, I think mostly we've used like general purpose large language models, and like state-of-the-art models are pretty good, at least all the languages that I can speak and read, but I don't think we have definite like research benchmark findings, and more research is definitely needed.
We have a break, so you could take on more pastries. And we will start at 4 sharp, because we need to leave by 5 for the global geography thing. So 4 sharp.
Yeah.
Don't be late.
So during the break, you are also invited to come add some pieces to the giant puzzle we have at the main entrance. See you at 4 here.
psychology. And Yolanda and Giovanni and Chiara have the mic.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. What we're going to present, my name is Yolanda Pensa. I'm with two colleagues from the research team, Giovanni Profeta and Chiara Somaini. And we will just present you the beta version of this tool that is already available. It is a tool that aims at visualizing a set of articles of Wikipedia, and it is designed to support the communities, the institution, the GLAMs. So the very idea is really to use it as something that can help editing and monitoring articles. The idea of the tool comes from the problem of visualizing article on Wikipedia. We tend to see them one at a time. It's difficult to get a glimpse of what a topic is like on Wikipedia. And we work a lot on lists. So our idea is more than a landscape can be an interesting tool to actually get a sense of a topic. And we already developed this tool in 2020. It was during COVID. It was a volunteer project. Giovanni was already involved in the design with this idea that each article is a bubble, and the size of the bubble, of course, is the size of the article. Here you see it on the y-axis, the number of visualization. And one interesting thing is the little dot in the middle that is the lead session, because we were talking with teachers and students, and they wanted that part particularly well developed. So this project was actually replicated in Uruguay, and we need to thank also Evelyn, who is also in our team, Evelyn Heidel, and it was replicated also in Ghana. They used the code, and I don't know you, but as a researcher, when people reuse things that we make, it's really fantastic, so I was very excited about it. And we thought that maybe we could create actually a tool that can be applied to any set of article. So we have a project currently going on. It's going to last until 2029, so we have some time to work on it. And we have great partners. It's a transdisciplinary project, and is financed by the Swiss grant for research. Among the partners is Wiki Education, and I'm going to explain you why. So what we did, this is just presenting you shortly the method. We're working with co-design. We showed volunteers at events, sketches of the work to try to discuss about visualization. And of course, you're all invited to join us in the discussion, look at our requirements, and also providing feedback on how the tool can work better for you. The tool is embedded within the dashboard of Wiki Education. So this is very promising. The idea is that you will be able to access, the dashboard for events, but also this impact visualizer. So this is really a fantastic joint project. They were already working on the visualizer impact, and we basically joined forces, and we are providing grant from our project to develop the backend of the visualization. I'm going to go quickly through the visualization. So the system is always the same. The bubble are the articles. Here you see one of the example of the visualization. You can arrange, you can add some of the characteristics, and you can order them in different ways. I'm going to go very quickly because we don't have much time, so excuse me, but you can actually access it online already. There are some advanced features. You can look at the quality article, of course, available for Wikipedia in English. And this is a cluster of the article, because you can upload subcluster and then visualize them. So for example, in cognitive biases, if you look at this visualization, you see simply that the Dunning-Kruger effect has more visualization than climate change. And you can browse the single articles, you can visualize how they present, you can look at the languages, you can compare the languages, and this is a bug, so just to let you know that you will find them. But if you compare the languages, you can have additional data to invite you also to translate articles and to see what is their quality. This tool, we're going back to the menu, it's available on visualizing impact. You can use different methods to upload a set of articles, and Wiki Education already developed this topic builder with AI so that it can facilitate also the creation of a set of articles. Once you register, you can upload and create your visualization and test it. So try it on. That's thank you.
Any question? Well, if
Hello. Could that be applied to people instead of articles? Like people who have been in contact with each other, have worked together, and then they've gone up to different. Could that be applied to them?
Yes, we.
A network of people, because at
Um,
different moments they can be together, other they can't, and then they've influenced, and then they've gone back and forth. I know it's history, but.
Yeah, right now the focus mainly of the project was on the articles themselves, and yeah, the idea was to create a sort of a landscape of articles related to a specific topic. Then, in a few months, we realized that we can expand this to not only climate change and sustainability, but any topic in Wikipedia. We also added a feature that is about decentrality. So it means that we can have very vertical articles specific on a topic, but also something that goes all around the topic in order to better understand how anyone can contribute to the overall aim of the project.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You can visualize specifically biography, so this is something that
Yeah.
might be interesting for related to people.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Looks wonderful visualization. Thank you. I was just wondering if it had been used already, if you had any feedback from users at this stage.
Right now we held some event also thanks to some contribution from French, from Italy, and also from Spain, basically, Latin America. So right now it's actually still a work in progress. We know there is some more to do in terms of removing some bugs and to improve the features. But yes, we had already some feedback that right now are just aiming at improving the tool itself. We need some more time to better understand what will be the final impact of this tool. There is.
I have a question. It's about the information. Is it the information updated automatically and in real time? Since new articles are created and translated on Wikipedia every day, I was wondering how often the data is refreshed.
Right now, if I don't get wrong, it will be updated weekly. Apart from the view on the languages, you have seen there is this view that is specifically on the languages. So that data are collected on the moment in which you reload the page. So for sure, the data are updated nearly real time.
Thank you, Chiara, Giovanni, and Yolanda. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Evelyn Heidel from Uruguay. She will be speaking about mapping fossil fuel industries.
Hello, everyone. I'll try to be brief, actually. And I'm going to start this backwards. Because, yeah, you are all tired, and I'm tired too. And so I'm going to present you some things that I did for it was a combination between a project that we did for funded by the Climate Action Against Disinformation, and then I expanded it into my master thesis. And basically, I looked, which, by the way, I defended on Friday before coming here, and I got the highest qualification, so I feel very proud of myself. And my mom also felt very proud of myself, by the way. She helped me a lot. And then I studied discursive representations of 7 fossil fuel industries operating in South America, looking at the articles in Spanish Wikipedia, and then designing a set of questions to ask Google AI Mode, Google AI Overview, and ChatGPT. And I have no idea how I moved this. I'm guessing, there we go. And so I'm not going to go in detail into what I did. So that's a big surprise. Actually, like, you know, if you're interested in reading all the stuff that I did, just go there. It's all in Spanish, but like it's on a Google slide deck. So you can figure out how to actually get it translated if you're interested in looking more in detail into the methodology. And rather, what I'm going to ask the public is like to tell me which of the 4 questions that you see here are more interested in like having a conversation about. Because the main thing that happened after I did all this research is like I still have so many questions open on this topic that I could explore and expand, and that it would be interesting to see. And so the first question is like, what are the implications of the findings for platform regulation, governance, and accountability? How could the methodology of this research be applied to other fields or other topics areas, and would it be useful? Why do generative AI responses feel so right and yet so wrong at the same time in comparison to Wikipedia? And what's the role of Wikipedia in this particular ecosystem, industries? And what are the implications for scientific, activist comms, and many other questions that I had? So please show your hand. Question number 1, like who would be interested in that? More or less. Question 2, I see a few hands, more or less. Question 3, oh man, like this is the question that everyone is like interested in. And then what's the role of Wikipedia? Question number 4. Okay, well, let's try to do like a combination of 3 and 4, and I'll try to do this in under 7 minutes. So one of the things that I did in this research was I looked really deeply into the articles using mainly analytical critical discourse, because I'm not a qualitative researcher. I know nothing about computer science. I love you all guys that do like more of this stuff, but I'm actually like, I studied literature as my base thing, and then I ended up doing a master's in law and economics of climate change, you know, whatever. And so I looked really deeply into these articles, and then I created a set of questions that were very basic, looking into very, very basic questions around fossil fuel industries as a proxy for understanding that had to be designed in such a way that would be looking like an encyclopedic article. So that was the thing. And then I ran them through a tool that is called Rank Scale that helps with a lot of like anonymization of the answers that you get. And a lot of localization of the answers that you get. And so the main thing was that, and I got 189 responses, and all of that is explained in the methodology part. And the responses feel very right. But then when you start looking in depth into what they are answering you, the main issue that you see is like the responses that you get are already being given to you through some sort of narrative framework. And it is very nuanced to see what are the linguistic operations that are operating there. And it is also very interesting to see what sort of sources you're getting back when the chatbots are doing the RAG part of that. And so it feels very much like the performance of a Wikipedia article without having all the rules and procedures that we would normally have on a Wikipedia article. So in a way, they are copycatting Wikipedia, or like the things that we do every day in Wikipedia, without actually like having the set of norms and procedures and transparency that we have in Wikipedia. And I think that I got a lot of questions around that. How does that performance actually looks like? What are other things we could look into? Why this is like feeling right, but at the same time feeling wrong. That's it. And I encourage you, if you look into the presentation and have more questions, you can send me an email. I'm more than happy to send you the policy brief once this is out. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Maybe there are questions? Well, no questions, and then congratulations on your defending. Maybe the next speakers, Kautik and Fermi Boson. Wait. You don't need your lot. Okay. That's okay. So, Fermi Boson, maybe you will introduce yourselves with the terms you see fit.
Sure.
On the LLM reliability. Who talks first?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm user Fermi Boson. In my spare time, I'm a PhD student at Oxford. And I mostly read slop on Wikipedia and try to not let it overwhelm me.
Hello, I'm Kurt NB. I'm also a PhD student in AI, and I'm the founder of Wiki Project AI Cleanup, and currently I'm mostly trying to evaluate the state of AI content on the English Wikipedia and try to coordinate with other projects for global policies. So, the problem is twofold. First of all, LLMs are very persuasive. They can hallucinate content very convincingly, and especially with the communication by LLM companies marketing them as a universal tool. And they require much more human effort to clean than the effort required to generate a text, sometimes 10 or 100 times more. And new editors often fall in that pitfall because they are not necessarily knowledgeable about these issues with LLMs. And in consequence, they can easily get blocked for issues caused by the LLM use. And this harms new editor retention, as well as putting a massive workload on existing editors. So we have several sources of data here. One that was compiled by Fermi Boson, and one that was compiled by myself with the Pangram API. So looking at a random sample of current drafts at AFC, 42 out of 75 were randomly estimated to have been generated with AI, and using Fermi Boson's new tool to analyze AI edit summaries, which is more efficient than parsing the entire page in terms of token cost. We estimate that 1 or 2 new editors per hour will start using AI-generated summaries, which means each hour will have to deal with 1 or 2 new editors who will probably paste 10, 20 articles before being dealt with, either like thought about the risks of AI or blocked. And currently, the amount of outstanding cleanup is massive. The AI notice board, 113 cases, more than 3,000 articles, and even at other notice boards, it's already bleeding. ANI, a large proportion of cases, often around 10%, sometimes more, are about AI. And these cases are often the longest by far. Patrollers are overwhelmed, administrators are overwhelmed, content editors are overwhelmed, everyone is. So we've partnered with an AI detection company called Pangram, which has a very conservative API. In the tests I made before with Wikipedia articles before 2022, there was exactly 0 false positive out of more than 200 sampled articles. And the proportion of AI content is growing. There has been a halt recently. We've had more fine-grained data for 2026 to see the effects of our policies. Pangram uses several categories. There's like definitely AI and also mixed, which is often corresponds to human with AI assistance. Like a human could have drafted and asked the AI to rewrite it, or the opposite. So up to 20% of content is now AI under a very conservative model. It's estimated that Pangram makes no false positives, but might miss maybe half of the true positives. So this has to be seen as a very strict minimum. Surprisingly, there isn't much structural difference in size between AI-generated and human-generated content. We expected for the spread of AI content to be much smaller, much more consistent in size. It turns out that isn't the case at all. Barely barely less prepared than humans, and mixed content is often much longer, not due inherently to AI rewriting, but mostly just to the fact that on smaller samples, you might not be able to detect signals from both as reliably. So the middle one is mostly an artifact of data. That's an interesting tidbit because that's one of the directions we explored. And it's always good to have an idea of which directions will not bear fruit if we want to have a reliable AI detection. Currently, of the content scanned, 1/3 of AI content is still live. And this is only, again, the most obvious AI content. And the vast majority, more than 3/4 of AI editors, are not blocked. A few words about the typology of who uses AI. In vast majority, non-extended confirmed users. Beginner users are the most subject, the first victims of the pitfalls of AI. You can see that if you exclude AI content, the majority of articles are written by extended confirmed users. But for AI content, it's beginner users who have written more than 3/4. So there is a very statistically significant difference. And this is also how patrollers who are completely burnt out end up biting the newbies. Because like for them, they're biting the AI that they've heard 1,000 times making the same arguments. Because the LMs will always feed the users the exact same arguments. We will always have advice to lie, to accuse editors of bias, to ask for focus on content, sometimes even misrepresent what the policies ask. We've had several cases of LLMs tell their users that the no LLM policy only restricts unreviewed AI, or something similar to that, or that it is only a guideline, meaning it could be evaded if you reviewed it carefully, which often means not reviewed at all. And because of that, it is again a massive time sink. And I'm going to pass this on to you.
Okay, so yeah, some additional information on the breadth of the problem as well. So these are all articles that, as of this very moment, as we are talking, are live on English Wikipedia and have significant amounts of AI content on them. So this is a very diverse list, and by no means is it exclusive. So I want to emphasize particularly the points that we've seen a lot of numbers. This is the single largest source of disruption the English Wikipedia has seen since its founding. This is unprecedented in history, and we do not have the resources or the tools to deal with it. So we have to automate it because there's not enough people. So we have a problem which requires detailed textual analysis, source verification, to deal with hallucinations and all this sort of stuff. And so, of course, we have a tool that turns out is actually somewhat good at this. So we can use, everyone's favorite catchphrase, an agentic pipeline, to give us a tool that analyzes any given article, which you can see in a flowchart here. Deterministic tools have a lot of limitations, and so well, at least I haven't found a way to do this without LLMs. And of course, this is subject to the exact same limitations. They hallucinate, they say wrong stuff, but they don't need to be very good. They just need to be good enough to reduce the backlog so that human reviewers can then look at it and not get burnt out, and also that we can have evidence of certain hallucinations or source mismatch verification patterns, and that sort of thing, which makes it much easier to sanction problematic editors, and so and fix the problem early. Of course, this process is still very, very expensive. We are talking about maybe 200,000 tokens per medium-sized article. So you can't just apply this to every single edit ever. So there's some trade-offs you can make. You can, as Celtic MB mentioned, only detect the edit summaries, but those only detect the most obvious cases, or frankly, the most stupid people who would also ask their chatbot for an edit summary. You can also only apply the detector to cases which are already flagged, but someone has to find it first. So here are some things we could further do. I welcome any ideas, but it's an open problem. It's very much an open problem, and we're here to look for ideas and feedback and features from the various experts here. So here's a game. Here's an article fresh created this morning, which is definitely AI generated. We don't have time, so I challenge you to scan this QR code, look through the article. Don't look at the edit history; it gives the answer away, and talk with me about your guess on why this is AI generated.
Thank you so much, Fermi Boson and Chaotic Andy. I know almost every one of you has a question about this, and only one will be selected to ask. Who will win?
Thank you for working on this. My question is whether you expect this AI detection challenge to become an arms race with frontier labs who want to be able to produce text that can't be detected by detectors, and which one will win out in the end?
It already is an arms race. Regularly, we see this cycle where new models that are released are nearly indetectable by tools like Pangram, and a few months later, Pangram, GPT-0, and other tools get up to date and ultimately manage to detect the new models. Opus 5 from Anthropic just released a few days ago and is currently undetectable by Pangram. And we expect Pangram, of course, to improve over the next few months and be able to integrate articles from Opus 5 in its corpus. But at the same time, we also expect these large AI companies to improve even more. And that's the question. We will always be one step behind. And that's what makes this fight as difficult as it is. Because just relying on these AI detectors will always have something imperfect by definition, since otherwise the same AI could rely on the AI detector for a slightly higher cost and humanize their content. The issue is we don't have much time. We don't have just that. We also have human knowledge and human know-how. But as the AI become more powerful, this is also something that will drift. And I will let Fermi Boson complete.
Yeah, so I'm just going to give a very short, very concrete example. GPT 5.5 and below really likes to use the word blend in albums. This is not really picked up by any given AI detector. There's no published research out there on that, but anybody who's read 10, 100 album articles on Wikipedia which AI generated will know that they like to use the word blend. And in reviews that are written by periodicals out there pre-2022, there are literally 0 instances of the word blend in album reviews. As of more or less yesterday, GPT 5.6 has decided to completely stop using the word blend. So I guess we'll have to find a new word.
Thank you both for your blend of LLM competencies, and good luck for PhDs. Next speaker already has his PhD. Pablo Agaron.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Hello. I'm Pablo Aragon. I'm a research scientist at the Wikimedia Foundation, and I'm presenting Reference Risk, a research-based approach to source reliability in Wikipedia. So, the motto of this edition of Wikimania is "Together, let's protect knowledge, equity, and freedom." Knowledge in Wikipedia, as you know, is protected under 3 core content policies: neutral point of view, no original research, and verifiability. According to English Wikipedia, verifiability means that people can check that facts or claims correspond to reliable sources. Even if you're sure something is true, it must have been published in a reliable source before you can add it. So, to support verifiability, editors need to know which sources have been found to be reliable. And there are different resources on source reliability, but a very important one is the perennial source list. This is a community-maintained list available in different language editions of Wikipedia. It started in English Wikipedia in 2018 to organize, to categorize sources by different levels of reliability that are decided by the community, by editors through public discussion and consensus. In English Wikipedia, sources are categorized as generally reliable, no consensus, generally unreliable, deprecated, and blacklisted. Our team, the research team at the Wikimedia Foundation, has been studying verifiability through source reliability. In 2023, we published a study of reference quality over time that revealed that the perennial source list has been very effective in English Wikipedia, as the number of articles with references to deprecated and blacklisted sources suddenly decreased after the introduction of the perennial source list in 2018. This study was followed by another study in which we examined reference quality and reference reliability in multiple language editions of Wikipedia, where we found that perennial source lists in other language editions are sparse or directly missing. Only 14 language editions at this moment maintain a perennial source list. And except for English Wikipedia, most of these lists are generally not comprehensive. So a suggestion that came from this study was to analyze the patterns of how editors in different language editions of Wikipedia handle reliable and unreliable sources. And this is exactly what we have built with reference risk. With reference risk, we provide the permanence, the survival of a web domain for the references in a given language edition of Wikipedia. Specifically, we provide the average proportion, the ratio of edits in which a domain remain in the references of articles after it was first introduced in a page. So the lower the permanence, the lower the survival of a web domain, the higher it risks to be used as a source for references in that language edition of Wikipedia. And this is an heuristic that came from machine learning experiments testing different features. There was a talk on Wednesday covering that part, using the English Wikipedia perennial source list as the ground truth, and we found out that this was the most predictive feature for sources to be added in the English Wikipedia perennial source list. So, to showcase reference risk, and since we are in Paris, I checked popular sources in French Wikipedia. In particular, these are the sources that has been used, that has been added by at least 500 editors in French Wikipedia. On the left, you have the top 10 highest risk domains. On top, French Wikipedia, English Wikipedia, German Wikipedia. Yes, you know, your Wikipedia. You know that in most cases, you should not use Wikipedia for Wikipedia articles. Then there are other domains like AgoraVox, which I check, and it's a news website that, according to French Wikipedia, has been used to spread conspiracy theory and disinformation. And there are platforms like Amazon on Facebook. And on the right, you have the top 10 lowest risk domains. On top, the French National Inventory of Natural Heritage, which provides data on biodiversity. And there is also websites like Rotten Tomato, Metacritic that provide information about movies, metadata about movies, cultural content reviews. And this is a pattern that is consistent across the language edition Wikipedia we have examined with reference risk. Like well-established databases and catalogs tend to be low risk, and some of them popular, because they provide factual information that is instrumental for building encyclopedic knowledge. That's all. Is everything I can tell you about reference risk in just 5 minutes. Here is a QR code. You can get access to the model card with all the technical details, and I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much, Pablo. Who wants to start with a question? No, we can take some. I mean, Do you want to ask a question, Miriam?
Sorry, why French Wikipedia is worse than English Wikipedia in proofing?
Oh, sorry. Here?
Yes, no, why risk of English Wikipedia is smaller than risk of French?
Because they tend to remove much quicker references to French Wikipedia than to English Wikipedia. So this is, in the end, just augmenting the capacities of editors to find the survival of domains, which is something that you can find in the English perennial source list, but in many other language editions does not exist. So here what it is saying is like as soon as a reference with the French Wikipedia as a source, it tends to be removed much quicker than for English Wikipedia. And also something that is important here is like for the survival, we are not measuring survival over time, but survival over edit history, because in some cases, domain can persist just because nobody is properly patterning or reviewing the content. So here, the purpose is to identify those web domains that are quickly flagged and removed by editors in the community. And also, something that relates to that is like the same domain might have different reference research scores in different language editions of Wikipedia, because this is just reflecting the sourcing practices of that local community, which might not be consistent. And we have done some analysis, and we found that these scores tend to correlate, and we run some cluster analysis, and we were able to find like families of languages. So people that are from languages under the same cultural family tend to react more similar towards references and sources that have been added. Great question, thank you.
Thank you, great presentation, important topic. Did you assess the risk of categorizing some domain names as high risk, despite them having more chance to possess marginalized knowledge, especially in African countries, for example, or for marginalized communities such as LGBTQ communities?
Wow. This is a very important question. So when we started this project, we were trying to find like some frame like under reference quality. And then we are starting to realize, and I would like to give credit to a member of the foundation that is a librarian, Silvia Gutierrez, that let us know these aspects about biases that might exist around citation. And actually, there are biases in many different aspects. So one of them, for instance, is in academic citation. So there is some measured bias towards like references to papers that are authored by scientists with male names with institutions in the global north. So using reference quality and trying to find high quality domains was going likely to reinforce some existing biases within the community. So that's why we turn the focus and we try to go through references that might be risky, sources that might be risky. So trying to easily provide editors with information about domains that, according to that community, needs to be quickly removed. And definitively, there should be like maybe some conflicts of powers and some power dynamics within the community, and this is going to augment those ones. So it's also a great opportunity to find those cases as well.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is WebRunner 95. I don't know if you should say it in English. About he or she, we don't know, is not here, so it will be a remote presentation about wiki signals, also unreliability.
Hi everyone, this is WebRunner and I am here to share wiki signals with you. I will start by giving some background about researching source reliability. Then I will walk through Wikisignals itself, explaining how it was built, how it works, and what we intend to do in the near future. I will end with some calls to action for the audience and a few minutes for answering questions. So to start, how many of you have stumbled upon a source that you have never heard of before? I have, all the time. I will spend some time doing research on that source. I will look it up on a search engine and see if it has a Wikipedia page, or see what others have said about them. Or I will go to the reliable sources page on English Wikipedia and see what the consensus is. But this process is very tedious. I have to search multiple sources in a non-linear way. Can we make this process a bit easier for readers without sacrificing reliability? To help address this problem, we interviewed Wikipedia editors to learn about how they edit and issues that they have with sources. One key finding was that several editors preferred to use local news sources over national or international ones. Why? Because local sources would give more details about the subject they're researching. We decided to look into press associations, as many of them include local news sources as an indicator of credibility. Because it takes money and effort, unreliable news sources are less likely to join them. But how can we know whether a source is reliable or not? The easiest way to answer that question? Look at what others have said about that source. For example, sources in a press association could reasonably be considered as reliable. Meanwhile, sources in Wikimedia's spam block list could reasonably be considered as unreliable. So with that in mind, we built a database of over 75,000 sources based on website domains. This database includes members of dozens of American and international press associations, news indices, predatory scholarly journal lists, and Wikipedia-centric lists. For each source, we computed features that can help editors assess its reliability. This includes media assessments from the perennial sources list, for example. We are also including data we found to be strongly statistically correlated with credibility, like the number of citations that source has on English Wikipedia, and whether that source is part of a press association. This database is the back end of Wikisignals, and is hosted on our website. Feel free to give it a try. It's as simple as searching for the website domain of the source you are interested in, and if there is a match, it will return the information about that source. We would love for you to share your feedback, here or offline, on how well it fits your needs and how we can make it better. There's a lot we need to do to move this project forward. From now to September, we will research adding peer-reviewed journals and more press association members to our website. We will experiment with developing credibility indicators for individual web pages. We aim for Wikidata to be the central home for much of our data, so we will be adding and updating data there as well. Over the next 6 months, we will also experiment with analyzing batches of news sources in real time, such as for Wikimedia's streaming API. Over the next year, we'll research how we can use automated fact-checking models for checking uncited claims or whether a claim fails verification. To move this project forward, we need your help. There is a lot of missing data on Wikidata about news sources that can tell us how credible those sources are. 86% do not say who owns them. Over 99% do not say who funds them. So contributions there would be greatly appreciated, not just for us, but to help Wikidata be more complete. Next, there is the question of perennial sources lists in other languages. Only 15 Wikipedia projects have them. Our question to the audience: how can other Wikipedia projects readily adopt perennial sources lists of their own? Should they? Lastly, we also need technical support, especially with querying Wikipedia citations. We plan to publish a diff post detailing feature requests in upcoming weeks. In the meantime, here are 2 related community wish list requests. Here are all of our partner projects and organizations who help make Wikisignals possible. Thank you so much for your time. Here is our contact info. Would love to answer any questions you may have.
If you have any questions, someone can relay it to the chat. Is someone on the chat? No one is in the chat? Okay. Well, never mind. If you have any questions, you can reach WebRunner, what he or she may answer to you. Then we move on to Mario Morvan about citation location needed. And we have 4 minutes ahead of schedule.
Can I speak here or there? Maybe you can say here. Yeah, let's try this. Yeah, fine. Good. All right. Hi, everyone. Last talk, so I'll try and be quick. Imagine you have a fact in mind, something very important, a piece of information you're trying to verify. Imagine I tell you that this book contains the information that you're looking for. What do? Do you trust me? Or do you read the entire book containing more than 400 pages? Do you try and use an automatic fact checker that can read through the whole book and tell you the answer? Or do you try and do a mix of those different approaches? So this is the problem, not of verifiability as such, but of effective verification. It takes time for any source to check it entirely, but it takes even longer for larger sources. And this work was motivated by the underarching question of what would happen if we were to collect all the sources of Wikipedia, and how much effort, how much cost would it take to verify all those sources, to check the statements that they're supposed to support. So that's the main question. And then the particular approach that I was interested in was more specifically the practice of specifying with references where in the source we can find the particular information that supports a statement. And so on Wikipedia, using the citation templates, we have different parameters, in-source location parameters, sometimes they're called. I'm using locators for simplicity. So page or pages for page ranges, or chapter, this sort of information that help us locate in a source where we're looking at. And this is helpful because it lowers the barrier to verification. So for example, if I tell you that in a book, the information you're looking for is located page 127, for example, suddenly it becomes much easier for anyone to go to that page and read it directly. Another assumption is also that it could help mitigate the spread of miscitations, especially in a context in which it's much easier to generate AI articles that are notably they generate easily citations that look like citations, but don't initially support the statements. Okay, so the questions, with this in mind, the questions that I'm raising are: how many citations have location information, and what are the associated verification costs? So I've used 6 random samples of 20,000 English Wikipedia articles from 2014 to 2026, and precisely parsed the references with a specific attention to locators, and also retrieve the length of books and articles wherever possible to have information of how many pages do they have. So here we have the evolution of the number of citations, so the total number of citations on the English Wikipedia on the black curve here, shown with the baguette. And this one tripled between 2014 and 2026. And this is also the case for citations with locators, so with any locators. About 1 in 5 citations has had a location through time. And so that means that also other citations that don't have a locator have also tripled in that period. And these are interesting because they're the ones that potentially need to be checked in the entirety, these sources. And yeah, so maybe we want to also imagine that this will keep growing, and also, to be compared with how many maintainers do we have to check those references through time. That's the context, but then I looked a bit more in details at the differences between different templates, between different types of citations. And so here we have the 6 most represented citation types in the samples. And so generally the most used locators are for page and pages and their homonyms. for most citation types. There are also some other types of locators that are generally dependent on what type of citation templates we're using. Broadly, if we look at the web-based citations, understandably, they don't have many page and pages locators, so they generally end up with few low rates of locators. However, if we look at books and journals and short footnotes, these are much better suited for page and pages locators, so they have better coverage of locators. Okay, but this doesn't initially tell us how much any locator specifies within a source. So it doesn't really tell us this. So that's why I also looked at trying to estimate the number of source pages that are saved by any given locator for books and articles specifically. So in green here, we have the estimated number of saved pages by any locator for books on the top and articles on the bottom. And in gray, we have the remaining number of pages to read. So in 2026, we'll have 3 billion pages saved through locators used for book citations, and 1 billion left to read. And for articles, we have 4 million pages saved, but more left to read, and that would be mostly because, my understanding is because there is this automatic importer that fills in the page ranges with the full page ranges of an article. So it's not really helpful to specify where in the article this is read. So this is a bit like first step in this study. There's multiple potential next steps to continue this. And I'd be very happy to take any questions or suggestions about this to continue this forward. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mario. Question, anyone? The yellow one or the brownish one? Oh, you want to know what that works?
So that looks like a very scary case for articles of, a backlog growing. I wonder if it might be a bit better, though, because some citations of articles are basically, they're citing an article that makes a general case. And so what they're actually doing is sort of giving a one-sentence summary of the article.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. What we don't know exactly is what fraction of all those citations are meant to have a locator. It's sort of implicitly assumed that most citations are, for specific facts within the source, but it's true that sometimes we cite an article for some general reasons, such as the credentials of some scholar or something, some other reasons that are meant to be general and not initially. So there is this. We don't initially expect 100% of citations to have a locator necessarily. Thank you.
Karel, do you want? Oh, so you were handling the mic. Okay. It works now.
Thank you. Have you considered investigating other kind of locators on, for example, videos and with locators of timestamps?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've only shown the result for in the table for the 6 most represented templates, but the parser that I have coded accounts for all the different locators that are specific to each citation template. So for video or audio content, there would be the timestamp for that is useful, and that would replace the page locator, for example. So absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
A little detail about the parser. Mm-hmm. Does it just look inside of the template? Is that all it looks at?
Yeah, there's a little bit of resolution between different named references and also short footnotes that sometimes make references in between those references there. But otherwise, it looks at the parameters within the citation templates for most of them. Mm-hmm.
Because there's the RP template, I think it's which does it check for that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the RP short footnotes, Harvard's ones as well. There,
because they come they're like a separate
maybe you could discuss the technical question afterwards. So we thank Mario once again for his work. Il nous a pas montré quel bouquin c'était. Il nous a pas dit quel bouquin c'était.
Microcosmos. Yeah, I've just found it in my friend's bookshelf. So.
And we move on to a new speaker. We'll be closing things along with a pastry chef, Jérôme.
Thank you so much, Julien. Okay, so we are at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, I wanted everybody to thank the people up there, the tech people. They make everything work for us. Also, translations. If you've been using translations, I'm thanking all of the translators in the cloud. And I would also like to thank you all. You're such an inspiring community. As you've seen, we had like about 50% presentations from the community and from researchers. And I guess from time to time, you couldn't tell who was who because the quality was very, very good. I was impressed. We had to reject 75% of the submissions we received. So the selection was hard and tough. So you should be all very proud of yourself. So please, for yourselves. And then I will pass it on to the general boss, Leila.
No, General Boss, thank you so much. I'll be brief because I know we want to wrap and go to the photo taking ceremony. I want to just say a quick story that around a year and a half ago, Jérôme booked one of my public office hours and he came to me and he was like, it is Wikipedia's 25th birthday, what are we going to do? And his vision was to bring together the community of editors, organizers, photographers, and researchers together in one space. He took that vision to Wiki Workshop, which is our bigger research event of the year, and he pitched it to researchers. He had some good feedback there. And from there, with Kinneret, Miriam, and then later on, Julian and Mikola, they made this event possible. I want us all to thank all of them, please, because they did a lot of work behind the scenes. I also want to thank our keynote speakers. Meiko, Soryan are in the room. Elena Simperl is back in London, I believe. They did a lot of work. And also, no, not Meiko, Aaron. Sorry, Aaron. Yes.
It's pain au chocolat.
Soryan, Aaron, also known as Pain au chocolat. And Elena, and to all of you who spoke in the event, but also gave talks and engaged with each other and just provided this amazing, friendly, and constructive space for all of us to learn from each other and contribute. See you next year in Santiago.
Very quickly. Do one thing?
Is it possible to... Is it possible to change the... Here. I
Plugged it in. Yeah, but they have to. I think someone has to press the button.
But we're leaving because everyone is.
No, I know. But that's 1 second. I want a picture with Leila and the. I want to get a picture with Leila and myself underneath the baguette and the session. Can you just put the screen on? Can you just play for 1 second? Yeah, just for 10 seconds. It's HDMI. Yeah. You do? Okay.
Okay.
So just survives, you're going to have to find, like, in Santiago also, like, famous dishes or whatever products.
Can you do?
Can you do this? No. No, this one. This one.
That's not me.
That's you? No, that's not you. That's
Ah,
Windows.
yes.
That's Windows. That's you.
Hey, Leila. Wait, quick. Someone needs to get a picture of you with the baguette. Okay. Please do, yes.
I was planning on bringing you guys a croissant and baguette for
Yeah.
today, but I realized, like, you know what they probably don't want? More bread. Like, so I just felt like wasting food. So
I know. Come on, now. We did a great job. Oui, I think the Paulie was there. We got a good outcome. Bon, pourquoi pas? Eh oui! Mais bien sûr. Moi, je suis dans la team câlin. Non, franchement, c'était trop bien. On a bien sélectionné. Franchement, je pense que là, aujourd'hui, il y avait vraiment... Il y avait vraiment du beau niveau. Ouais. On s'est pas beaucoup planté. Hein. Il y a eu des plantages. C'est quoi le plantage? Tu dois le dire. Il y avait la meuf de P3 dans ta session. Tu es responsable. Quoi? Ah oui, non, c'est la meuf qui s'est plantée sur la licence, la meuf de droit. On en avait discuté avant. On a pris un risque sur ces trucs. Ah oui, on les emmène. Mais ça a été explosé. Ah oui, l'autre, tellement bien. J'attendais trop qu'on soit si bien. Ah oui, Ramia, elle était super. Ah oui, la on avait discuté, on a dit, il nous faut des travaux sur les câbles, on comprend rien ce qu'il raconte.
On a eu 50% des succès.
C'est ça. C'est pas si mal, c'est la certitude.
De toute façon, on voulait des trucs. On voulait élargir le scope.
Donc on l'a fait. Donc franchement, non,